はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか。あたこさんの鬼道場指導官、コロマルと申します。Codename, thank you for the subscription. If you have just purchased a subscription to the Koromaro Nissan channel, your penis has now grown by 3 inches and an additional inch for each subsequent tier. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. How's everybody doing today? There's an ad that's about to start, but I'm going to mercifully snooze it. I did not have a game plan for today, so we're just gonna do some soft react slop. Hope everyone is doing okay. Please make sure to report your sub in the Hall of Achievement so that I have an accurate tally. Please and thank you. Although this sub is gonna go. That actually reminds me, I need to tally up the points. Yeah, you know what? I forgot to report my own points, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna keep it to Saturdays. I'm not gonna forget next Saturday. I promise. All right. So 343 has cursed us with another effigy made of parts of Halo, and it's bad in every conceivable way. So people have been playing around with the D-Master, and they found a funny thing.
What the hell are you doing?
For some reason, the female NPCs cannot be killed.
That's it. I'm shutting you down.
Well, those are supposed to be immortal marines because that's sort of how that plays. Yeah, so women the perfect plot armor? Pretty much, because, well, this is obviously a D-Master that's developed by the HR department. There's no two ways around this. The 343 Defense Force has been out in droves recently, but they are actually failing quite miserably at gaslighting everyone. So they're currently in the bargaining stage of Halo being slop. There's no such thing as a bad Halo game, only Halo games we prefer. Say the people skinwalking our favorite franchise. So the offer has now, it's not that the game is objectively good, it's that we should all lower our standards and not call out bad games as bad. Fantastic. I hate it here. I think at this point it's the position of play no new games and see no new movies is becoming easier to follow by the day. And if you want to play new games, play indie games. Play indie games, play East of Eden is eventually going to come to Steam, or you can just get it off of itch.io for free. Play Beyond Citadel. There's plenty of good games to play. But in the meantime, it would appear that Golden Web has melted down a PSA Saber. I have just seen this. Let's see how it did. Hop did a FRT tuning video. We're going to look at that as well.
Another meltdown. YouTube, if you're watching this video is 100% YouTube compliant. The magazines we use are 29-round YouTube compliant magazines.
Of course.
The lower we are running is a semi-automatic lower. It is not fully automatic.
Let's get past
everything we have. And today we're going to be doing the second part of the two-part video of the PSA line. So this is the PSA Sabre. This is the 13.7 pin and welded PSA Sabre, and this is the most expensive AR-556 upper that they have on their marketplace, pretty much is the easiest way to put it. So that being said, without further ado, thank you to Palmetto State Armory for sending us this upper for this meltdown. Once again, you know, this has been a highly requested meltdown.
It did better than the Q. I mean, the baseline shitstick upper did better than the Q.
Down just to see how well these PSA Sabres and the normal line will hold up with this very fast firing schedule. So once again, you know, this barrel is very interesting. We
Saber
have pretty
is
much a government profile.
Assumingly
a
premium.
government profile up front. Underneath the handguard, it is very, very lightweight. It's almost a pencil barrel. So I'm going to be expecting a rupture out of it from here to here somewhere. So we're going to be paying attention to that during the meltdown. But guys, this barrel is a pencil government style barrel. and you all know how that ends up going. So it is what it is. Very lightweight upper, but like I said, guys, for lightweightness and all that, for these meltdowns we do, they don't always do the best. What are you guessing, Kyle, on this one?
Just over 500, Don. I'm not giving it much more.
So Kyle's guessing over 500. I'm gonna probably say I'll go 450 on this one, just because, like I said, that barrel scared me a little bit on this one. So you know they do use the FN barrels for these, but we have melted down an FN before, and you know their barrels didn't hold up any better than anybody else's for that barrel profile they have. So for what that is worth, you know, there's your information on that. So anyway, once again, thank you to Palmetto State Armory. That being said as well, thank you to Center Target Firearms and Indoor Range for the semi-automatic lower. Semi-automatic, 1 round per pull of the trigger, YouTube, with our YouTube compliant mags and blank rounds and everything else. So thank you to them. Also as well, thank you to Optics Planet for the ammunition in today's video. Once again, we couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you as well to Optics Planet. Once again, we don't have a code, but if we did, G-Web or gold. G-Web or gold would be a code, but we don't have a code, and it doesn't get you anything off. So
it's interesting that Optics Planet doesn't sell ammo, but they sponsor ammo.
But that being said, this will be an interesting meltdown because, like I said, we have already.
Let's get to the actual like start.
Profound differences.
Please stop
from
noticing
taking things that increase nitric oxide.
Noticing is unbecoming.
Hey Sabry, let's get to work. Here's to you, dog.
Owns an extra girthy magazine. Okay.
Hiccup in just a tad bit. Got a fair, empty.
Didn't log back. Interesting. All right, starting to spit flames through the ejection port.
Getting a little bit red.
Oh, so far it seems to be chucking. I feel like the purity of the experiment is somewhat soured by the fact that this is an upper that PSA got to pick out before they sent, so we didn't get to experience the classic, you know, PSA quality control gotcha.
Everything's looking still good. Gas tube is red hot. All right, D50. Okay, or 60. Woo! We've had a rupture of the barrel. Kyle, you good? I'm good. Good? Good. Woo!
Halfway through the drum mag.
I think it might be one of the first ones we've had that actually blew up on a 60.
It went straight up through the top of the gun, I believe.
Yeah, it sure did, didn't it?
Yeah, I seen it go up.
Hi, NASA. All right, guys, let's go ahead and let it cool down.
That's when it was still going. It blew up through on the 60, right? There it is. Still chucking, still chucking. Ah, there it is, okay. It's around here. Boom. Yeah, that's definitely a catastrophic failure. That barrel's not doing too hot.
All right, guys, so the PSA Sabri is officially melted. Ooh, and she is still hot. The final round count is
Absolutely.
524 rounds, 524. So, that being said, more than what I thought it would be whenever it comes to the meltdown aspect of it, because once again, that barrel is super, super skinny. I mean, it's a pencil barrel in the center. There's no question about it. It did exit out the top right of the barrel, if you all can see that right there.
Yep.
Okay. So as you can see, that's where it exited out
Oh,
at.
just blew the
And
gas
it
tube
kept on
out.
trucking.
Hey there, Sir
We have a
Dude.
little bit of bulge right there in the handguard where it did strike. Not much of a bulge though for how much pressure it caught. So good on PSA for that handguard. But, oh, actually Geisley handguard, my bad. All right, so good on Geisley for that. But either way it goes, 520.
Wait, that's cheating. You can't just put a fucking Geisley handguard on your fucking upper.
24
Oh,
rounds.
sorry.
So what have we learned out from this? So once again, as soon as me and Kyle look at a barrel, we can kind of guess and see how long it will go, because from one aspect or another, one manufacturer or another, we can tell pretty much how thick the barrel is and how long it will go. You know, the barrel is slightly bent downward as well. We was kind of seeing that. It is almost getting ready to rest on the handguard, so if this barrel would have been a little bit thicker, well, it wouldn't have bent that quick, but also as well, it would have, have laid on the handguard before too long. But, you know, 534 rounds for this upper is not bad in consideration of how thin, or 524 for how thin the barrel profile was on this. So, once again, I'm proud of her for that. But either way it goes, it beats the Q Sugar Weasel. I always have to put a dodging on that because my stuff is gay. But either way it goes, you know, I'm proud of what she done, but it kind of goes to show, if you don't pick a barrel to do the stuff like what we're doing here, it doesn't matter if you've got a $10,000 upper receiver. The barrel can only do with what the barrel can do with metallurgists and everything else. So once again, I think that she done good for the cost and the dollaritas of this upper, and especially with as thin as profile as that barrel is. So it is what it is, and I'm proud of her. So guys, that being said, once again, thank you to PSA for sending us this upper to melt down on the channel. So now we've done.
Yep, so there it is. Q
what's up, guys?
is
Hop here.
once again successfully mogged. Hop, please give me a second. All right, never mind. I was done with what I was saying, so let's roll into it.
Thank you for tuning into the channel. There have been two somewhat recent developments that have completely changed the way that we think about setting up a rifle. The first was the mass adoption of suppressors, and the second, more recent, is the mass adoption of FRTs, forced reset triggers, super safeties, things of that nature. Adding a suppressor to a rifle has a pretty large impact on the way that it shoots, and it will probably cause you to change at least a couple of parts. Same is true for FRTs, and if you're doing both together, there's even more considerations that crop up. So
Remember, your rifle is not just the sum of its parts. Your rifle, especially if it's a direct impingement rifle, is a closed system that is designed to cycle at specific speeds under specific back pressure with specific ammo. And whenever you introduce an element that is going to interfere with that balance and shift it one way or another, you are going to have a bad time of it. And you need to adjust the balance in the system. Are you shooting with an FRT? Well, congratulations. Now you potentially need to make sure that your recoil system provides enough internal resistance throughout the cycling of the weapon to actually run the FRT. Oh, you put a suppressor on? Congratulations. Enjoy your significantly increased back pressure.
So, today we're going to be talking about how to set up a gun for use with an FRT or other equivalent trigger system. Although it's mostly plug and play, there are some things that you can do to optimize your experience. Let's get into it. This video is brought to you by our channel sponsor, Venture Surplus. Check them out at the link in the video description for camouflage clothing, outdoor and tactical gear, pouches, cold weather layering gear, and survival rations. Not just military surplus, but also some new stuff that Venture tests out and can vouch for. Use the code provided in the description to save 10% off your order. Thank you to Venture Surplus for supporting this channel. Thank you guys for watching. Let's get back to the video. Just a few months ago, Brassfax and I went out to Idaho to shoot with Cody from Red Right Hand, and during that shoot we had a chance to compare a whole bunch of different configurations of guns using FRT, Super Safety, basically all the different brands, as well as a genuine post-sample lower. Also, previously, while at Moons Out this last year, I shot a whole bunch of PSR's guns with a whole spread of different Super Safety devices, so at this point I've got trigger time on almost all of the major Super Safety FRT systems on the market.
Remember, the best FRT you can get for the money, especially if you run a somewhat non-conventional setup. For example, if you have an HK416, an MP5, a SIG MCX perhaps, then you use code Kuramaru at checkout at AS Design for 10% off.
I think most of the time I'll probably be referring to them as forced reset triggers. I know that's a specific brand name, but I think it's also probably the most descriptive. So, you know, kind of like Kleenex or Xerox. It's going to become the generic name by which I refer to this sort of stuff.
What do you call that machine?
So the fun thing about forced reset trigger systems is that they are extremely janky. Cody at Red Right Hand likes to refer to them as jury-rigged hammer follow systems. Essentially, yeah, it is using excess energy in the cycling action of the gun to force the trigger forward, causing the mother of all trigger slap to get your trigger finger out of the way, get the trigger back into position so that you can pull it again as soon as the weapon has finished cycling. Forced reset systems are, I guess, making very aggressive use of the disconnector in most semi-automatic trigger designs, as opposed to fully automatic trigger designs where the disconnector sort of has to be bypassed in the full auto mode. So in contrast to a real machine gun where the trigger system is essentially getting out of the way and allowing the weapon to cycle at its maximum safe cyclic rate, a forced reset trigger is trying to harness extra energy to perform a whole lot of additional steps. And that means that a forced reset trigger is going to be kind of like an energy vampire.
Hey
on
there,
the
anarchist.
weapon. You could have a weapon that is perfectly tuned and then you drop an FRT in it and it completely stops working. And that's because the definition of perfectly tuned, properly gassed, properly buffered for a normal gun is not at all the same as for an FRT because it needs so much extra energy to accomplish these additional steps. So there are two things that most FRT systems seem to like. One, they like to be over-gassed, and two, they like to be over-buffered. Normally when you're tuning an AR, for example, you increase the buffer weight in response to over-gassing created by either a large gas port or a high back pressure suppressor. But if you're not using a suppressor, there's usually not much need to increase the buffer weight. With FRTs, you basically want to do both. You want to over-gas the gun so that there's more energy available for the trigger system to steal, and then you also want to increase the buffer weight to hopefully slow down the cyclic rate and also seemingly increase reliability. I couldn't tell you the science behind this because I am very stupid, but the heavier buffer weight does slow the action down long enough to hopefully allow the magazine to present another round more consistently. But also on a forced reset system, I believe that maybe having additional mass moving forward allows it to have more momentum and therefore more reliably trip the very complicated mechanism that results in forced reset. So first of all, how do you increase back pressure? Well, that's easy. A lot of you are probably already doing it. Suppressors definitely help in that regard. The suppressor, even modern managed back pressure suppressors, still have enough back pressure to have a significant impact on the way that the weapon cycles. Extra back pressure is good. Maybe the additional dwell time of the suppressor is also a benefit for FRT. So yeah, suppressors definitely help with getting forced reset systems to run. They will probably cause them to run too fast unless you do additional tuning, but we'll talk about that more later. What else can you do? Well, you could always just enlarge the gas port and make it an overgassed gun, even in the absence of a suppressor. For example, the Red Right Hand uppers all have fairly large gas ports, something that you would not normally consider, particularly not.
God, shooting a normal AR left-handed is definitely an experience, especially if it's overgassed.
In the post-suppressor adoption world where a whole bunch of companies started shrinking gas port sizes down to make guns more shootable and less gassy. Red Right Hand is going the other way. I would say that these are beyond what we often refer to as like combat gassing. You know, I think Sons of Liberty talks about that in some of their gun builds. Daniel Defenses are notoriously overgassed.
What they get for being wrong-handed? True, deserved.
The Red Right Hand uppers, we've gone even further beyond. And
I will die on this hill. Sorry, shooting rifle and pistol are both single-hand skill. They're both two-hand skills. It doesn't matter which one of your hands is the dominant hand. You learn a new skill that involves both of them. So stop trying to be special and stop using it as a crutch to excuse your bad marksmanship. You just learn shooting the correct way.
to Super Saiyan 3 levels of gas port sizing. We had been doing some shooting and comparisons with my hop saw upper. That was a 16-inch mid-length heavy barrel build, and on that one, in order to get it reliable, I actually enlarged the gas port myself to obscene levels, even more than the Red Right Hand's equivalent barrel length and gas system length sizes would be. The reason we had to overgas the hop saw so much is because we were trying to get it to work with one of the Delta Team tactical 3-position rare breed style FRTs. And those have been, in my experience, kind of the jankiest forced reset triggers that require the most gas to run reliably. The downside being that when used to test other super safety designs, the hop saw killed 2 of them, one an Atreus, one a Hoffman design, just because it beat the shit out of them until they deformed and were no longer super safeties. They became inert pieces of metal. Cool. So once you've got your gun nice and overgassed for use with the FRT, it's probably going to run like an MG42 with a cyclic rate that is totally out of control. So you're going to heat up the gun way too fast, you're going to burn your ammo way too fast, you're going to destroy your suppressor, you're going to go broke paying for ammo. So to slow it back down again, we're going to want to buffer it up and maybe even add some gas tuning into the mix. Increasing the buffer weight definitely helps.
It's one of the rare cases where I'm actually somewhat pleased that I am a gun hipster with a SIG MCX, because my shit is just plug and play. Oh, like overgassing? I don't care. Short stroke gas piston system with a valve if I need it. You know. Oh, like suppressor changes something in the system? Not really, because again, short stroke gas piston, and any FRT that's designed for the MCX is going to work in every MCX.
So a standard carbine buffer, which is what you're going to get in a lot of cheaper off-the-rack guns, is going to be a 3-ounce buffer. If you step that up to an H3, that is a 5.5-ounce buffer. Now, that may be a little bit expensive right now because of the cost of tungsten, so there are some alternatives. Just going from carbine to H3 buffer is going to help quite a bit. It's not going to be enough if you have an overgassed and suppressed gun. It's still going to run like shit, but it is a start. As far as alternatives to buying expensive tungsten-filled buffers, you could get, for example, a rifle buffer system. So the rifle buffer weight is 5.5 ounces, like an H3, with a slightly different spring. Yeah, it's going to limit your options for stocks and braces and shit, but still, it's one thing to keep in mind. Another one you could do is the Vieltor A5 system, which has 4 internal weights instead of 3, like a normal carbine buffer, meaning that you can not only increase the buffer weight beyond what you can accomplish with a real carbine system, but you can also do it a little cheaper because you start out with a heavier buffer weight. So basically, a Vieltor A5 system is always like 1 weight level above what an equivalent carbine would be. So A5H0 in the Vieltor system is 3.8 ounces, I believe, so it's basically H1 equivalent in carbine. If you go all the way up to A5H4,
I hope you're writing it down.
4 tungsten weights for a 6-something ounce, maybe like a 6-ish ounce weight. I almost said 6-7, then I would have to fucking kill myself. I just did a price check on the Vieltor A5H4 buffer, and with the cost of tungsten, you're looking at about $150 just for the buffer weight itself. Yikes. One option that's starting to look a little bit intriguing to me is stainless steel buffer bodies. Normally, the body of the buffer is aluminum, and then the weights inside are either steel or tungsten, depending on how heavy you want it to be. If you make the buffer body out of steel instead of aluminum, you can actually increase the base weight of the buffer, meaning that you can get to heavier weights, or you can achieve similar levels of weight without having to spend as much money on tungsten. Vieltor does have a stainless steel series of buffers. Originally, I think they were intended for blowback, like 9mm designs, but I think there's no reason you couldn't try one out and play with it a little bit to see if you can slow down your cyclic rate in a normal 5.56 forced reset system. Something else that came out fairly recently I've been playing around with is the KAK Industry DBC, Dead Blow Carrier. It's a bolt carrier group specifically designed for use with forced reset trigger systems. They have added weight to the body of the bolt carrier group rather than increasing it at the buffer. The KAK DBC has a weight that's pinned into the back of the bolt carrier group, and it is able to slide back and forth a little bit, so you're increasing the weight of your total reciprocating mass about as much as jumping from a carbine buffer to an H3 buffer. It adds about 2.5 ounces. Also, because it's a sliding weight, it still should have the same dead blow effect as the sliding weights inside a normal AR buffer. Also, because it's taking up what is otherwise kind of dead space, they're able to put a big lump of steel in there and get that weight increase without having to use expensive materials like tungsten. Seems pretty cool. In my experience, it does work, but not perfectly. It does have a similar effect to buffering up the gun, so you will probably notice a change in cyclic rate. However, I've also noticed that it seems to have sort of an upper limit of what it can actually function with in terms of gassing. If you overgas the gun too much, then it just shuts down completely. So the cool thing about the AR platform is that even when it's overgassed to the tits, it'll still be reliable most of the time. It's getting dark. I guess that means it's lantern time. Anyhow, I have tried out the KAK DBC on a suppressed and unsuppressed host, and unfortunately the addition of the suppressor starts to cause malfunctions, maybe as if the gun is overgassed. However, in that exact same configuration, swapping back to a standard mil-spec BCG solves the overgassing or undergassing problem entirely. The gun goes back to running perfectly fine. A little bit faster than I'd like, but perfectly fine. So far, my best theory for why that's happening is because the dead blow effect of the buffer weights and the dead blow effect of the sliding weight in the DBC are working somehow in opposition and just causing the recoil stroke to get all janky at a certain level of gassing and beyond. If you've got the money for a DBC as well as a full H3's worth of tungsten weights, you can put them together and end up with a pretty tasty cyclic rate on at least certain platforms. The DBC seems pretty cool, and it may be all the tuning that you need, but I can't give it a complete stamp of approval just yet because it has been causing me some weird issues. My general recommendation for FRT tuning, at least unsuppressed, is to go with a standard carbine spring, maybe a Springco Blue. I don't think overspringing it really helps all that much, but you may want that additional bolt closure force for when the gun gets dirty, because it's probably going to get dirty, and then you go with either an H2 or ideally an H3 buffer. At least I know that works and does have an effect on slowing down the cyclic rate. If we introduce gas tuning into the equation, then we can accomplish even more. You may go look at the Red Right Hand catalog and
I think an important caveat here, by the way, is that we're strictly speaking about 5.56 here. Because I think if you want to FRT 9mm, your best option is to do that in dedicated platforms. Trying to FRT an AR-15 in 9mm is a horrific experiment. I've seen very intelligent and very knowledgeable people beat their heads over this with very mixed results.
See that a lot of those guns have rifle speed adjustable gas blocks on them, as does the Recce RPD, which is sort of a collaboration between Red Right Hand and Lima 6. We shot several of Cody's guns out in Idaho, most of them with the rifle speed adjustable gas block, with and without suppressors, different barrel lengths, different buffering systems, one of them with an actual post-sample lower, and most of those configurations shoot really damn well. That's kind of the secret sauce, I guess. You hog out the gas port so the gun is very overgassed. You attach a suppressor.
Yeah, the MP5s are far better if you want to do 9mm. Agreed. Hard agree. Because, I mean, the balancing of it is the tensions and the additional steps that you need to take, the additional forces that you're making use of are a known quantity as opposed to the fucking Jurassic Park of balances and overgassing pressures and recoil spring tensions and whatnot in an AR platform. Or if you're a hipster, do the BNT. See, the more I look into the BNT, like the more people have hands-on with BNT stuff, the less they're happy with it. I feel like if you want to have a 9mm PDW, there's no beating the MP5. If you don't want to pay the HK ticket price, just, get something that's cloned on HK machinery
on the end, and then you use a gas tuning system to dial back the gas until you hit that perfect balance point of reliability and appropriate cyclic rate. You can also accomplish something very similar using the bootleg adjustable bolt carrier group. I have a setup that has worked with a couple of different forced reset triggers. It is a 14.5 running with a polonium K, the bootleg adjustable bolt carrier group, a spring.
The Turk AP5s are unironically good, and they're 1400 for a K. Yeah. See, if you really want to, you can get yourself an MP5. Hell, you can even 3D print one.
Go blue spring and an H2 buffer. Turning the gas all the way down on the bootleg results in an extremely slow, controllable, consistent rate of fire, very similar to what Cody can get with some of his little more complicated setups. What that's lacking is just the granularity of the tuning. We've only got 4 positions on the BCG to work with. When I swapped from the Palladium K to a newer managed back pressure suppressor, in this case the Otter Creek Infinity 556K, all of a sudden those 4 positions were no longer adequate to properly tune the gun. I basically got stuck between 2 positions on the bolt carrier group, one of which was chugging too hard to be considered reliable, and the other which was shooting a little too hard and too fast to be controllable. So let's wrap it up here. To tune for an FRT, overgas the shit out of it, and then overbuffer the shit out of it. That's a good place to start. Then perhaps adjustable gas may also help you out. And also manage your expectations. As we've tried to point out repeatedly, forced reset trigger systems are extremely janky because they rely so much on shooter input, the trigger pressure that any individual shooter puts into the gun. You may notice that the rate of fire changes from day to day based on how tired you are. You'll notice the rate of fire changes from shooter to shooter based on how they pull the trigger and hold the gun. You may notice the rate of fire changes between standing and prone because of the different way that your body counteracts the recoil forces. If you want your setup to be consistent for more than just one single mag dump at the range, then you're probably going to want to err on the side of overgassed and a high cyclic rate. You don't have to deal with 1200 RPM. You can definitely get a little bit slower than that, but you're probably still going to have to err on the side of too fast. Otherwise, once this gun starts to get hot and dirty and you're a couple magazines in, it's going to completely shit the bed on you. Anyway, I gotta get out of here before the mosquitoes finish eating me alive, so thank you.
Reporting from the wage cage, thank you for your report and for your continued service to the wage cage, Seko. How's it going?
You guys very much for watching. If you'd like to support the channel, check out the links in the video description.
Right. That's about it. We have a couple of shorts to watch, and then we can move on to doing whatever. I think we're just going to play Pal World. Maybe I'll dip into some time, and then I did my dailies today, but I still want to see if I can't workshop the fucking arena challenge.
Have just experienced a laser-guided missile, but their friends instantly gun for revenge as I struggle to line up my laser on them, wasting valuable time. I send out another missile, but they are hell-bent on revenge and stare their impending doom in the face whilst lining up one final shot that was impeccably timed.
Oh!
These two blokes have just...
Fantastic. Asked not to be scheduled on the 7th, so you can join the first open class of 07 puzzle showdown tournament. I don't know what that is, but it sounds fun.
Lethality. I would test fired the XM30. First civilian to shoot it. It's crazy because it really is like a sniper rifle grenade launcher where I was putting rounds at 300 meters consistently on the target's face.
It's just the fucking bolter from 40k. I am sorry. There is no two ways around this. The XM30 is just a fucking Godwin pattern bolter.
And you can hit out to 5.
You can't convince me otherwise.
100 meters, the range was only 400 meters. So I was accurately putting semi-automatic grenades at 400 meters within a 1 meter radius. And it has a 5 meter radius kill range. So instead of 25 millimeter, it's now 30 millimeter, which is like twice the volume, twice the lethality.
When you're tracking, is it just because you were like, hey, I'm dialed in, or is it this knows what it needs to hit?
So I didn't shoot the laser range find airburst ammo. I shot training ammo because you can't just like blow shit up in Montana
Barrett gave us bolter for realsies. Is it the Barrett or is it the FN one?
and burn down a field apparently. Now you're hitting the silhouette and you're choosing where to hit on the silhouette. It's an insane capability. There's also this counter drone version to it. I shot the inert sort of it shoots out these razor blades on the side.
I love it.
Missile.
The flying Ginsu Hellfire
It's like the
missile,
That's what I said. It was this mini version of Hellfire. I did shoot this drone into oblivion, and there is an airburst version of it, a proximity version, where it detects when it's within 5 meters of a drone automatically through like radio frequencies, and then it just explodes itself. Buzzword lethality. I would test fired the XM30 first.
I want this in full auto, please. Please. It shoots cased ammo, so I guess that would be considered a machine gun. Hey there, no Terry. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, let's put you away. Bye-bye. We're gonna play a little bit of Tax and Taimanin, and then we're gonna have a vote, and even without a vote, you know what? If anyone wants to play Pal World after I'm done beating my head against the challenge tower, then we're going to play Taimanin. Not Taimanin, sorry, Pal World. You know what I mean. Even insta captures. Fantastic. You know me so well, OBS. Swap categories. I'm working on hitting the event properly. I've managed to squeeze another Rinqua. In the wage cage until, holy shit, 6 a.m. So no game time, sadly. Damn.
今日休みじゃん。仕事熱心だ。
I used to make clips on YouTube. You used to,
違う？あれ？
you used it to pretty good effect. I see.
私
I need to be in a mood to edit, and then I'm usually not in a mood to slather any funny reacts on it, sadly. Thems are the limitations of my workflows. I've edited a... the gentle critique that I've issued of the Lotus Eaters, and their very surface level understanding of Japan. So, so there's that. Yeah. Right. Let me see if we actually have any more tickets. So, the thinking here was... Actually, I can try to experiment with some cores. I am trying to max out Rakshasa's damage output to not a lot of success, if I'm being honest. Getting her crit rate even higher, I don't think is the play. So it's... Basically, I need to roll for something better than what I have in terms of my cores here. So maybe re-roll to one of the secondary cores over here. Was that? That's a shield beta? Shield beta core with crit damage. It's all abysmal dog shit. I hate it here. Well, this one's okay. This one's a 4-star. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 4-star at level 12. Not better. Let's compare. Speed, create resistance. Create resistance does not do anything for us. We don't really want to lose speed, right? Especially not 4%. Yeah, because like that's a significant dip. I guess we can try and upgrade it all the way to 12 and see. Maybe our 4th skill slot is going to be speed, which is unlikely. Since I have the gold to burn on it, I may as well. Of the 80 cores you've crafted, only 4 were usable. It's fucking bleak. Are you it's crit damage. Okay. Let's consider our options here. Speed is really, like, unless we're using the weapon that she comes with, speed is really... Do I have it equipped? I do not, because it was not actually playing out. So, unless speed is something we need to chase, we could actually go without. And this shows me more attack, higher crit rate, less defense. I'm not loving that. Fuck it, let's equip it. Let's see if we can get at least a slight bump in performance. Were you using polishing kits for making those? How do you not get usable cores? Like, when you use a polishing kit, it's going to be at a bare minimum a 4-star. But it does get a little bit grindy. I kind of get that. The fuck kind of cores was I looking at there? Yeah. Alright, so we are presently faced with an issue where we're just not outputting enough damage. Where I get it to like 50%, and that's where I fucking die. Rather, that's when I just run out of turns, realistically. So my options are, I either need to make Rakshasa less susceptible to damage, and therefore less in need of constant healing, and therefore we can substitute Mari with another damage dealer. Right? Or I try to go ham, but like 7%, a 7% damage buff is not really going to make much of a difference. Who's even in the box today? You are. Do we we don't even have fast complete tickets. Every time I say that, you wonder if Mari N isn't on my team. She's not, because she can't appear on streams with males. But yeah, I got Eleanor to level 60, which also does nothing for me because she's not a damage dealing character. Alright, so I gave Tokiko a probability boost on her debuffs, and it mostly works. I'm trying going for more defense rolls on me. Defense is not going to do that much. Like, I'm not going to get some revolutionary amount of defense that's going to prevent me from eating tons of shit from the boss. It's a boss character, it's going to do damage. Like, see, 30% off the top. And for Rakshasa in particular, it's an issue because she is the only character in the lineup who doesn't self-heal. Well, I guess she also doesn't self-heal. So that's the square that I'm trying to circle here. And what I dislike is that her damage output is all over the fucking place. One moment she's throwing like 100k damage, 150k damage, and other times it's like 15,000 on a single attack. And I can't figure it out because, like, surely it's not just the crit rate. Yeah, we're still good. The thing that leads me to believe that maybe I can swap out my sustain instead of white knuckling it with just one damage dealer is because I have to skip a lot of turns where I would have otherwise healed, which means that I'm like, I don't need the full heal potential of Mari in this matchup. Which probably means I could have gotten away with running the Vampire Queen instead of her. But that means, in order to try that, I need to 6-star the Vampire Queen, and I really don't want to waste that much resources on something that is not a sure thing. And, if anything, I'm just not going to be able to do that in time. The other problem is that this thing shields if anyone in my lineup has any poisoning. They're not going to have any poisoning right now because, like, it just fits, it just works. See, what the fuck was that? That was what, like a fucking 20,000k ultimate? That is weak sauce. And my attack buffs are pretty much entirely wasted on Eleanor because I need to be able to guard against debuffs. In an ideal circumstance, I probably would want to have like a very overclocked Oboro instead of Rakshasa. But again, yeah, great, I get to 6-star another character. So unless I figure out how to do this with just stacking my passives, I'm not going to be able to beat this in time. Because I no longer have enough energy drinks. She buffs after this. And she inflicts susceptible to poison too, I don't want that. Alright, debuff blocked, good. And we do nothing with it. So I sort of figured out the cycling of how to not let her collect buffs. It sometimes has a hiccup because, well, as of right now, Let's see, we're 5 away. Let's leave it as is. And, like, see, sometimes that just fucking happens. Like, she'll just pop a fucking immobilize randomly, and it'll throw off the math. Meanwhile, Rakshasa, almost below 50%. Oh, this is gonna be fucking grim. So I need to either make Tokiko's immobilize more consistent, which is a gigantic resource hog, or I just need to figure out how to get more damage just out of this entire setup. Yeah, we can heal. Don't get me wrong, it's nice that the immobilize at least works sometimes. But right there, 20k damage. Where are my crits? Do I just not get crits? Is it just purely an RNG problem? Oh, fuck you, that's why? 40,000 off of a simple attack. Now I get crits. It's a little bit annoying to have to work off of something this random. Let's see. You have your cooldowns in a good place, so we're just gonna give you an attack buff and cooldown resets. Right, Mari is gonna be left with 1 instance of poison, and if there's at least 1 instance of poison, this fucking thing is going to shield, and it's going to waste 2 turns of mine. Attacking with a ball? Is that elf Brazilian? No, it's just, you know, just tanned forest elf things. Don't worry about it. Think of it as, how should I put it? Have you ever seen those little ball gymnasts? Right, let's think. I still have 1 more turn, so I can gamble. There are no poisons inflicted, that's good. And I no longer need to waste my ultimate on this. We do need to shield against this. Alright, we're in good standing. You just need to be mindful for resets. Not yet. Oh, I fucked up because Tokiko did immobilize. That's not good. I see a misplaced buff kind of breaks the flow here. It's not tragic, but it is a nuisance. Let's see, 4 turns. We might eat a girthy poisoning on the next turn because her immobilize is off. Like, the poison isn't tragically bad, but I would prefer to not have to deal with it if I can. And I cannot, because even if I reduce cooldowns by a single turn, it means that that thing still is able to do that on time. Unless I cast another immobilize, never mind. 16,000 off of a fucking second attack.
私ですね。せーの。
参ります。
Hmm. How are we doing on you? 3 turns until reset? Try to stack and mobilize.
やってみよう。見切れるかな。参り、グアッティ。くらいなさい。
Okay.
はい、私ですね。せーの。
参ります。
It would be so much easier if I just did more research. See, like, you're not wrong. Unfortunately, more research is a gigantic resource hog. I prefer to have builds that just break the game. This is more fun. Like, you're not wrong in the sense that it would work better. Yeah, we're just gonna eat a face full of poison at this point. There's no 2 ways around this. I fucked up my turn math. Fuck me. We're all getting poisoned for our trouble. Yep. Alright, let's keep you alive. Not like we can do anything useful anyway. For 2 turns, let's do this. And do this, so that just to make sure that we don't have extra poisons on us by the time that thing drops off. 35,000. Just going to buff on the next turn. Unless I have something to say about that. She's going to buff, and I'm not going to do anything about that. Well, she's going to try to buff. Vulnerable to poison is not too bad. 100k off of a basic attack. See, like, I don't understand the probabilities with Rakshasa anymore. Okay, we have several instances of poison on us. See, Eleanor has good utility on the team. I can't argue with that. She helps shield, Yeah, we're good. She helps shield, she doesn't really... Well, she has actual utility. Pokeflow also is a great utility pick here. I would like the fucking poisons to subsume already at this point. Oh, there we go, more mobilize. Maybe instead of trying to max out Rakshasa's attack, I should just go ham on her crit rate. And I didn't see... Okay, never mind. I didn't see who I was healing. You're still good. Mm-hmm. See, we're past the half point in terms of turn count, and only 70% damage. 70% HP, not even 70% damage. I guess the play here is to just get Rakshasa to just have a crit rate that would be high enough so that she crits consistently, preferably on every hit, because her number of hits is not that big too. We shield against debuffs.
やってみよっか
Mind you, we're stacking her fucking weakness multiplier. Like, we're at 100% extra damage at this point. Oh, that's not great. I just done fucked up my own turn math. All on my own, too. Okay.
さて切り捨てるくらいなさい
私ですね確かこの辺に感謝いたします参ります
Shield. Like, we're just behind the curve to do what we want to do. That's the most annoying part.
わかりました
Is that a guarantee? That was a guaranteed poison attack. Okay. This is still workable because I can prevent her from shielding whenever her shield cooldown comes in. Which is about now. Okay, we have 3 units poisoned, so we do not let her do anything.
さて切り捨てる
参ります
参ります
よいぞ
そこ
くらいなさいはい私ですね確かこの辺に
さてやってみよう見切れるかな
参りますグワッティ
参ります
2 turns. She already has this in place. We can buff Rakshasa.
さてやってみよっか
200,000 damage. Good. I like that. I would like that to be a little bit more consistent. See, if she did that with some predictability, we would have been having a significantly better time of it.
参りますさてや切り捨てる
And I fucked myself with Immobilize again.
くらいなさいはい私ですせーの参ります
参りますよいぞさてや見切れるかな
くらいなさいはい私ですねせーの
参ります
Okay, we're doing more damage than in previous runs. So that at least is good.
千里眼
参りますグワッティ
さてやって見切れるかな参ります
She buffs at a higher priority, then she hits me with poison. There we go.
私ですねせーの
さて切り捨てる
参ります
We're gonna get fucking juiced with poison.
さてや見切れるかな
Yep.
私ですねせー
Keep this up.
参ります
Oh, now you're offering a fucking debuff shield.
グワッティ
Hey, we're down past the 50% point, which is progress, just not enough progress.
くらいなさいはい私ですね
And the problem is, someone who would be capable of outputting a little bit more damage, like for example, like Azusa. Azusa doesn't stack this stat. So over time, technically, Rakshasa does more damage.
さてや切り捨てる
くらいなさいはい私ですねせー
And the problem is strictly that she doesn't crit every time, despite having like an above 50% crit rate. We have 1 poison, but she can't do anything about that. Oh, never mind, 0 poisons. Haha. You are fully reset. Just gonna fish for immobilize.
参ります。そこ。食らいなさい。はい、私ですね。
Doing good. We can get her just under 40% probably. But 40% is a lot of fucking damage to not deliver. Okay, debuff blocked, good. You're below 50, we're healing you. Whoosh. Okay. How much health is 40% for her? 2 million, roughly. Do some quick napkin math. What is her total HP? Total HP, 5 million, right? So, 5 million, and we get roughly, what, 250 turns, I think? Well, 250 turns, it includes her turns, so we actually don't have 150 turns. Or 250 turns, rather. Okay, so 5 million. So we're what, 250? We have 4, and she takes a turn once, so every 5th turn is actually her. Oh, I don't like doing math. A 5th of that would be what, 50? So 200 turns is what we actually have. So we need to do 25,000 damage every turn. But every turn means that everyone on the team has to do that. And we actually can't do that because one of our turns is wasted on mostly buffs. That's Eleanor. So we actually are missing 50 more turns. We're actually down to 150 turns. And at this point, we need to do 30,000 damage every turn. But then we also have Mari, whose damage output is also dog shit. So we're down to a 50 turns. And then we have Tokiko, who also doesn't really contribute any fucking damage. So realistically, the only one really contributing damage is Rakshasa. And she needs to consistently bat 100,000 damage in order to take this shit down. And the only way she'll do that is if she crits on literally every hit. Granted, this makes it easier, but we need to be able to stack those fast enough. I'm just throwing at this point. I think the fix is swapping the healer out. That's the only way this works. We just need to kill it faster than it can kill our damage dealer. And we do that through some combination of preventing it from buffing and preventing that. You see that fucking damage, and that's it. That's the last turn we have. Pop, 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 pop. Exits. So, we're shit out of luck. Oboro is an interesting shoe in here. Unfortunately, Oboro is not fucking 6 stars. That's the problem. That's a very, very big problem. We can't not heal, because then we just lose Rakshasa altogether, and Rakshasa is just our primary damage dealer. Like, we have Azusa. which is like, yeah, cool, but like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Okay, let's say she has some unupgraded fucking cores. Let's try going ham on what she can output, for example. No, we don't have enough to max out that stat. And she's pretty far behind, 38,000 combat power. Like, she's almost like 2/3 of Rakshasa's output. So like swapping her in doesn't really make much sense. Oboro sort of could be a stand-in instead of Rakshasa, just because she can self-heal at the very least, because she heals off of attacking anything that bleeds, and she inflicts bleed very handily. Problem with that being, the need to 4-star her. The other solution to that would be to run Kara. Again, she needs to be 6-star for this to work, because then she casts Blood Mark and everyone heals off of attacking that thing. And given how infrequently we need Mari's heal, maybe that's essentially just enough, and we don't need to worry about Kara being taken down, well, because she regenerates if she's killed. And if she's, you know, the only casualty. And I am currently completely shit out of luck for fucking 5-star tickets. So them's are the breaks. I'm not going to make up that difference in... I mean, for shits and giggles, we can try... doing this. What is shit on me? I keep losing her in the table. There she is. I could try crafting a shit ton of crit cores. Just to absolutely juice every bit of crits I can get out of Rakshasa. Because, hypothetically, if Rakshasa crits on every hit, we're suddenly golden. We can win with the team that we have. It's a pretty narrow margin, and the RNG has a pretty... how should I put this? A wide berth to fuck us. If we become viable, we're no longer 40% short on damage. 35, I think. I forget which order he does this shit in. Let's do this. I think without the modifiers, this is not terribly difficult. Ideally, I need to not let it heal, but even if it heals, it's not too much of a problem. Okay, we're going to be able to prevent it from healing. And it's dead. Those have to be some juicy cores. We have to run this a couple of times, at least while I still have energy. we can run up our crit cores. If we can get a crit stat high enough on Chasa, then it mostly works. Is my read on this. Well, I really hate farming. Farming, I understand that this is the nature of the beast and herd or free-to-play game, but still. Do this. Collect our extra turn. Dump our damage here. Prevent ourselves from being electrocuted. Why does that piece of shit have shields already? What the fuck is that? You're not supposed to have shields yet. This is new. Well, now I just know that I'm supposed to buff block on the first turn. You don't get to restore any HP. See, like when she crits, she hits you like a fucking train in Mumbai. Problem is, can I get enough? Can I get enough crit into her? Let's see. So we can swap out. We can swap out this core for the one that's on Azusa, and I guess we can swap out this one. Crit damage versus speed attack. Crit rate 5%. Crit rate 6%. We're strictly going for crits, I guess. Health Alpha is the one we can swap. Health Alpha. Crit. This is abysmal dog shit. Oh, never mind. I already had a crit core. Haha. Not a very good one too. Crit rate. I don't like this. I really, I'm not feeling this. Like, on a downgraded fucking... Oh boy. Crit resistance. Nope. Crit rate is the only thing that matters. Alright, let's just take inventory. 55,000 is where we're currently at, right? If we take this away from Azusa and replace it with it. God, this is so fucking sketch. 51,000, we lose like 700 damage. Our crit rate now is 70% though. Maybe this is the way. Right? And we get another crit rate increase on top of that. However, we could also do this. Right? Because, you know what, 100% crit rate every now and then, not that bad. Let's try this. Maybe we can just white knuckle it this way. There's also literally no reason for me to try to roll this hard and waste so much resources doing this. Like, I gain nothing. Okay, let's see. 29,000. Abysmal dog shit. Heal you. Right. We try to do immobilize. 24,000. Shield. 5,000. We block buffs. 17,000 damage. Hmm. 16,000 off crit. Okay, everyone's poisoned. We'll reduce poison duration. Okay, we shield. This is not going great. Trying to understand if this is just an RNG problem or just, you know, overall game plan design problem. 57,000 off crit, or off of ultimate. Does not make up for the shortfall in damage we're experiencing. Those were all crits, by the way. Where can I see order of buff details? There's no order of turns here. Okay. Check my respawn counters. Hypothetically, I could boost Rakshasa's attack. Yeah, it would really seem that the difference in her damage output was largely a product of her just having a 5,000 attack stat. Without it, damn, it's not that hot, I'm sorry. Like, great, yeah, you sort of do damage, but also not really. Why is that fucking thing shielded? I know why, don't worry about it. More just screaming at the wind at this point. Mm-hmm. Okay, she loses shield after that. We heal. We remove one instance of poison. We prevent buffs. We guard against debuffs. 35,000. Right, Sans her attack stat, Rakshasa becomes significantly less impressive. This tells us two things. That crits are actually not as important as I thought. Because they are downstream from your overall attack stat, and secondarily it means that I should be able to get Azusa to a similar attack stat. Check the cooldowns I'm working with.
さてやってみきれるかな。参ります。そこ。
Vainly attempting to land the fucking poison attack. Not the poison, the immobilize.
さてやってみきれるかな。参ります。
We have 2 poison units, right? 3. Okay, if I don't want to let her shield up, I need to use Donkey Kong's ability. Otherwise, she's going to shield, she's gonna force me to waste turns. Rakshasa is almost fucking dead. Alright, this is abysmal dog shit. This does not work. Back to the fucking drawing board. Azusa. How far can I balloon your attack stat? That's the one you had equipped. Let's put everything back where it's supposed to be. Alright. At least you're back to being viable. I'm sure there's a way to calculate the concept, but in scenarios with strict attack restrictions, crit is bonus damage until you have spare stats that increase crit to statistically relevant instead of just pumping attack bonus to the point of overshouting crit. So, you are correct. And as we've just shown, like, basically, the Rakshasa needs to have a high damage output just to be viable, because she does neutral damage. Having high crits is great. When she crits, she takes out a chunk of flesh, but she does that as a product of having an obscenely high damage stat. So, and we only get, so the way the buffs here work, essentially, you have 6 cores. We don't count the alpha and beta ones here. And certain buffs require a certain combination. For example, an attack buff requires 2 matching cores, crits require two matching cores, speed requires 2, debuff cast chance requires 4. There are some others that require disparate numbers. So, realistically, the best way to square this is to get Azusa's attack stat as high as possible as well. Like, that is the most straightforward way to handle this. Yes, crits are great, crits do stuff. But it would appear that just getting attack high enough allows you to get away with murder. Now, there's multiple ways to get your attack stat high. You need to either have a rare power core on either side. Those are occupied by crit runes, incidentally. Like, this is the one she's supposed to have, right? And we're 1,000 damage below Rakshasa. Which is what, roughly just under 20%? And I think the typing is... Let's see, how much difference does type matching accomplish? Let's see. Strong type effect. Total damage plus 30%. But Azusa does not stack... she doesn't stack any debuffs. And here's your primary problem. So, over time, Rakshasa still does more damage because she stacks the particular debuff that contributes to the damage multiplier.
さて、そろそろ私の出番か?
24,000 off of an ultimate.
やってみよっか.
40,000 off of an ultimate. And in a vacuum, like if we didn't have to contend with the rest of her bullshit, for example, taking off 40% of my fucking HP, that would have been fine. Unfortunately, this is not the world we live in. Unless I constantly buff Eleanor's ability reset. 30,000 off of a basic attack, okay. 35,000 off of a stage 2. Like, the problem here is the sustainment. We no longer have healers.
さて、やってみきれるかな?
20,000 off of a basic attack.
参ります。
For example, let's go for this. 24,000 off of a basic attack. Oh. Maybe Azusa is the play, now that I look at this. Maybe instead of looking for a silver bullet solution and leaning on the damage multiplication stack, I should just run Azusa and get her, have her chew this thing's face off more consistently.
さて、やってみきれるかな? 参ります。そこ。参ります。グアッティ。
I currently don't have anyone poisoned. What's this gonna do? 35,000.
さて、やってみよっか。
40,000.
参ります。
Fucking damn it. If I didn't have to constantly fucking heal and deal with this fucking thing's poison... Because Rakshasa is just on borrowed fucking time. Because all of the attacks are always AoEs. Like, so she's always attacking everyone constantly. Rakshasa is also taking neutral damage from her, which is a lot of damage. So eventually, Rakshasa is just going to run out. Like, her presence in the stack is very finite. So unless I have 2 red damage dealers, who can deal with her shit? This is not gonna fly. And the other thing that Rakshasa does is she gives a speed boost. Speed boosts mean that we get to take multiple turns per one of hers. Doesn't really do anything in the sense of turn count. Oh wait. Right? But it does do something in the sense of having cooldowns go fast enough for me to counter her bullshit. Extremely fucking annoying. Alright, let's try it like this. For shits and giggles. Maybe if I do somewhat consistent damage this way, maybe this works. Well, see, for one, like, that's the problem. No speed buff, means that she gets to do that like on turn 1. I get shot. She gets to shit down my neck with a guaranteed poison first cycle, and I have no comeback. I guess I could just heal off.
参ります。そこ。
さて、そろそろ私の出。
See, in this setting, the Vampire Queen would be even better because then I wouldn't need the heal at all. Do I even need the healer? Let me actually see how much healing I need to do.
参ります。
This.
千里眼。
さて、そろそろ。
参ります。
Vulnerable to poison is a problem, but not a big problem. Okay, you can do hits.
参ります。
さて、そろそろ。
Everyone's poisoned.
参ります。
We do this.
はい、私ですね。せーの。
参ります。
Let's see if I can't squeeze a little bit more out of her with buffs.
参ります。そこ。
参ります。
Maybe I've been overthinking this entire time.
確かこの辺に。
Sustain. What do you do with them? Oh, okay. 100k with damage buffs. Was I just fucking hamstringing myself this entire time? Do I just need to replace Mari with fucking Minasaka and just call it a day? Just bow this bitch down? Like, I'm genuinely looking at the instances of where I don't even have to self-heal. Okay, her own sustain is probably not enough to completely replace a healer. Again, unless I kill this thing fast enough. How's Eleanor doing? Just going to be up in time. Fuck it, let's get some more damage out of you. Okay, we have a single instance of poison on us. Is this on reset? It is on reset, okay. Whoosh. That's dog shit, okay. She has... Is that proper poison, or is that vulnerability to poison? Poison, okay, we don't like that. Remaining for 3 turns means we can't take it off. Okay, you do not get buffs then.
さて、そろそろ私の出番か。てやー。食らいなさい。
参ります。グアッティ。
参ります。そこ。
Let's do a mass heal, mostly for the purpose of removing everyone's poison.
さて、そろそろ私の出番か。
食らいなさい。参ります。そこ。
参ります。
Let's do this.
はい、私ですね。せーの。
さて、そろそろ。
参ります。
See, on one hand, that's not great damage output. Like, it's not fantastic. Okay, good. On the other hand, she needs a lot less babying than Rakshasa just because the damage she receives is significantly less. Like, I've barely healed her outside of the indirect heals that, you know, the rest of the team gets. So probably her plus Kara is the winning solution here. I'm just not sure that I'm gonna have the resources to 6-star Kara before the arena tower expires. I'm gonna be good on the next turn. I really don't need to waste this. How's everyone else's cooldowns doing? 4 turns to cooldown. Oh, we're gonna eat a fucking dish of poison for this. Mm-hmm. Plop, plop, plop. Okay, what is that damage output? Doing okay for health. We prevent you from blocking, from buffing, sorry. Uh-huh. We're still getting poisoned, sadly. But at least we don't take damage. It's funny that she does pretty okay damage. Okay, we're all poisoned. To be expected. Gonna keep that shit chambered. Heal everyone, reduce the duration of poison. Of course, she eats another poison instance. I wouldn't say that we're doing worse. Just not better. Yeah, Kara would be very good for this, just for the passive heal. And she still does more damage than, you know, a dedicated healer. Okay, this does nothing. I'll just waste a turn. If Immobilize keeps landing, it becomes more sustainable. Yeah, healer feels like a wasted slot. She's gonna lose poison by the time this thing takes a turn. No one really needs a heal. That's interesting. Which, like, the funny thing is, Rakshasa kept getting blown up, despite Tokiko technically taking more than neutral damage, because greens hit blues. But Rakshasa loses, on average, like 40% of her HP on every attack. I guess I could heal, I don't have anything better to do with you. Like, in every other instance, she does absolute peanuts in damage. And that's gonna happen on its own. 4, 4.
そこ。はい、私ですね。せーの。
さて、そろそろ。
参ります。
Okay, let's pan out of this for a second. I am going to quickly take a quick bathroom break. However, the thinking here is, I think we can get Azos's damage high enough to where she's just going to be a lot more effective. Let's see if I have any spare damage runes. Not runes, cores, you know what I mean. I actually do have spare damage cores. Attack increased by 12%. So we can get her like past 4,000. Especially if we stack some of these. Okay, we have a core beta. And a core alpha actually too. No, we only have a core beta, never mind. We have a core beta. Do we have a... Do not. I really don't want to replace a golden core. Attack 6%, just natty off of... okay, we're gonna have to do some crafting. I think we're just going to replace this one. Power attack alpha core. We need polishing kits for that. We get 10 polishing kits per PvP battle, or we can go to extermination. What we're going to... Oh, I don't... Do I have any... Okay, I have energy drinks. I can use energy drinks for this. Set you to this. We'll just max out damage for this shit, because without enhancers, he's really not that scary. Right? So, what we're going to do is... Your round start's gonna be this. And then, so in this order of ascension, she's always going to buff first when it's available. Right? And you'll figure it out. Let's see if they can auto battle this. If not, I'll just get the points back. It's not a problem. Right, let's have them run this a couple of times to get some polishing kits, and I'll use that to take my bathroom break. Alright, I'll BRB. I'm gonna keep you with something to look at while it's rolling. I'm actually gonna... let me make this a better viewing experience. There you go.
さて、やってみよっか。見切れるかな？
ターゲット確認。貫け。
参ります。千里眼の真髄、お見せしましょう。
行くぞ。風のごとく貫く。食らえ。
参ります。
そこ。行くぞ。さて、やってみよっか。見切れるかな？
ターゲット確認。貫け。
参ります。
そこ。行くぞ。さて、やってみよっか。見切れるかな？
ターゲット確認。貫け。いいんですよ。
参ります。そこ。行くぞ。はあ。さて、やってみよっか。悪くないな。
It was to be expected they're not going to be very efficient with this.
ターゲット確認。ご指示を。
Let's see. I do not want you taking a turn. What's the duration of this buff? 2 turns? No.
貫け。
Take you out.
参ります。そこ。行くぞ。
She doesn't have any buffs active on her. We'll do this for now.
さて、やっ切り捨て。
ターゲット確認。ごリロードしな気がする。ターゲット確認。ご指示を。
And on the next Kurenai turn, we pop the joint attack.
参ります。
Yeah, he fucking does numbers, actually.
千里眼。
Son of a bitch, okay.
さて、やっ見切れるかな。
An acceptable outcome. You know what? If Tokiko didn't fumble it, this would have been a sure thing.
行くぞ。風のごとく。やったな。
It's probably just the first run, right? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Okay. Let's shake however many polishing kits we can out of this pinata. At least get 200 so that we get like 2 good cores worth. Right? It goes here. It goes here.
ターゲット確貫け。
参ります。そこ。行くぞ。さて、見切れるかな。
ターゲット確認。貫け。
さて、見切れるかな。
Yeah, once a rare unit, always a rare unit, I guess.
参ります。千里眼。
No one gets any buffs, except for me.
さて、やってみよっか。さて、見切れるかな。
Clean these bozos up.
ご指示リロードする気がする。ターゲット確認。ターゲット確認。
Okay, good. 100k.
参ります。そこ。行くぞ。風のごとく。さて、切り捨てる。
ターゲット確認。ご指示。
Okay, we can do this semi-efficiently.
任務完了いたしました。はい。では。
Okay, and we get just about 100 polishing kits per run.
参ります。
Alright, let's click through this. Swoosh. I wonder if you can at least consistently one-shot this guy. No? Useless.
参ります。行くぞ。さて、見切れるかな。
ターゲット貫け。
Ah, she needs crits for it to work. Fair enough. I really dislike the fact that I can't skip this. I can't skip the boss teeing off. Use that to buff. Do this. Let's do this slightly different. No, never mind. Just do it the same way. Probably the fastest way to farm it down.
ターゲット確認。ターゲット確認。撃ちます。
さて、
That's great.
やって見切れるかな。参ります。出る気がする。行くぞ。風のごとく。
ターゲット確認。ご指示。
Blast him through the shield. Never mind, he got another
参り
shield.
ます。そこ。
Whoosh.
さて、見切れるかな。行くぞ。
Come on.
ターゲット確認。
貫け参りますそこさて
I think Ayame is probably the most bipolar character ever, because her attacks do either absolutely nothing or they just rip the enemy in half.
ターゲット確認ご指示リロードします気がするターゲット確認貫け参りますそこさてやって見切れるかな
Truly a game built for gambling addicts.
悪くない戦いだったな
Alright, let's see if we can't run some cores for Azusa to get her into better shape.
どうしたの今日
Well, we're going to do this, right? We wanted to replace Power Core Alpha. Power Core Alpha with straight damage. Okay, we can craft 2. Okay, we got a 4-star golden one. I mean, that's at least on a stat metric, strictly speaking. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, but the actual buffs are shit. Oh no, there's an attack stat there. Actually, 2.5 HP evasion. Like, it's not my dream setup for stats that she could get, but attack stat nonetheless. So if I can get her to like touch Rakshasa's numbers, because the higher I get her base stat, the higher the combined benefit, right? I really don't like this. Stop. I can take it further. I got the gold to spend. Because that is also just a base attack buff. Right? Okay, so she is currently at 38,000 combat prowess, right? Let's equip this. Let's equip... Which one of these did I want? Probably the one with the attack stat. Okay, so she's technically lower now. However, her damage is now a raw 4,000. Upgrade. Let's roll... 38,000 CP on paper. Now, we need to understand that combat power is just a raw mathematical expression of all of her stats. Not all stats are equally useful in this scenario. Let's gamble up to +9. Okay, stop that. Well, we're back to 38,000 anyway. Okay. It would be nice if her secondary skills were a little bit more leveled, but that's on me. That's also why Rakshasa does so well, because she's like at level 3 for her ultimate. Which at that scale, a 30% bump in damage is a whole fucking lot. But at least they're now in the same sort of ballpark and we can try upgrading this, actually. Is it the best module I can get on her? No. But I don't want to spend too much time grinding. So it's probably the can I steal someone else's? Defense, 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 attack. Huh. I could take that one. Also defense. I could take that one off her for now. 'Cause that's a shit ton of offense. Because if I can get Azusa to hit hard enough... I'll think about that one. I'll think about that one. That was what? I forgot to check which module that even was. So that was her beta module. Module beta is 150 polishing kits. Fuck it, let's gamble. We're here to gamble. This is a gacha game. You have to gamble. Take your Red Bull, girlies. We're going out. Ah.
参ります。そこ。行くぞ。はっせい。はっ。さて、見切れるかな？ターゲット確貫け。
Okay.
参ります。
Clicking through reasonably quickly.
はっせい。はっ。さて、見切れるかな？ターゲット確貫け。
This has to be a skippable cutscene.
参ります。千里眼。行
Mm-hmm.
くぞ。
Trying to think what would be probably a slightly better damage output scenario. Yeah, 150 damage is probably wasted on the small fry.
ご指示をリロードしな気がする。ターゲット確認。ターゲット確認。撃ちます。
Okay, he has his buffs blocked.
参ります。そこ。行くぞ。はあ。さて、見切れるかな？ターゲット確認。貫け。
Buffs are still blocked, although he can heal.
行くぞ。風のごとく。さて、やって見切れるかな？ターゲット確認。
I'm taken down with that. Really? I don't think I agree. Mm-hmm. I get a random amount of polishing kits on every run. I love this.
参ります。行くぞ。さて、見切れるかな？ターゲット確貫け。参ります。行くぞ。さて、見切れるかな？
I didn't notice that she has a turn gauge reduce effect on that thing. Come on. Don't have all day.
参ります。千里眼。行くぞ。さて、やってみよっか。
I'm just gonna blast this guy with the ult. I don't care.
確認。ごし貫け。参ります。そこ。行くぞ。
Gotta mid-max that shit.
さて、切り捨てる。ターゲット確認。
Yeah, the faster we kill it, the faster we can leave.
ターゲット確認。ターゲット確認。
Ho 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 ho. Yeah, even if he heals a little bit, that's not a problem.
行くぞ。風のごとく。
Yeah, okay, this is significantly faster.
やったな。
Alright, let's try to gamble for... it's a Mercury beta module, right? And we need it to be a high rating, a attack stat Mercury. Defense. I hate it here. Does anyone need a... Well, since we have it, I may as well equip it on someone. You're not defense, you're not defense. You are a defense type character, actually. So are you. You already have a defense one, though. This one is better. Also defense, HP. Not really plenty of any of the other Mercury types. Asagi kind of benefits from defense, especially since I gave her a self-heal stack. You don't benefit from defense one bit. Accuracy and crit rate, though. I mean, it is strictly speaking a better one across all of the stats that would matter for her. You know what? Sometimes Murasaki gets some use. What do we get if I swap you out? Less speed, I don't love that. Accuracy, more crit rate though, more defense. Since it's, you know, a more thoroughly leveled up one. Why am I doing this for you again? You're not even on the stack. What the fuck am I doing? Sorry. Crit damage, crit rate up though. You know what? Beggars can't be choosers. Fuck it. Let's try to work with this. I really don't want to grind another 6 stars. Like anything but that. It's like watching paint dry. It's so fucking drab. The other thing I could do as a funny experiment is slot Asagi in. Because if I slot in Asagi, she, first of all, has a little bite to her. We don't seem to be as reliant on healing as I previously thought, and she does have the ability to continuously raise anyone who goes down with 30% HP. Which is not a great solution, but a solution nonetheless. Okay. Shouldn't have burned that. It was crit rate. Okay. I think the elf needs a speed rune. She's kind of slow. We stay put. Yes. Defense up, attack up, and she gets counterattack. Probably not a bad deal now that I think about it. We need to block her ability to buff herself, otherwise she gets a gigantic and absolutely disgusting damage buff that I don't want to deal with. Especially since I don't have a healer anymore. Almost 10 grand of her own damage, by the way. You're gonna self-heal for now. Okay, damage output is a little bit sloppy, but that's fine. Still really don't benefit from a hard reset on those. But if I'm slapped with an immobilize in this situation, I'm actually not going to benefit from it, so we're going to keep it as is. Buff everyone's defense. Why didn't she counterattack, by the way? Isn't she supposed to do that? Let me see. Now she counterattacks. Okay. A counterattack is actually a pretty good tool to have against her. Especially with Azusa, because that means Azusa gets to do even more damage out of turn. Even if it's not the biggest amount of damage, it's still nice. We don't have anyone poisoned, that's fine. 3 turns actually until poisoning. 1 turn until buff. Let's buff Azusa. Why don't we? No, we're not gonna buff Azusa because fuck it, we're gonna buff Azusa. Because on the next turn she's gonna give us vulnerability to poison. Oh, that's hurtful. Okay. Get some shielding going, prevent her from buffing. Oh, we get to double dip. Okay, so Azusa is fast enough to double dip. Good to know. I'm gonna keep that revive handy. The only thing that can actually throw me off quite significantly is, first of all, doing this. This throws me off by a lot. Okay, we have debuffs blocked. We are going to take casualties on the next pass, but that's fine because Asagi has a respawn. Sadly, dying and being resurrected does not reset their cooldowns. That's a bit of a letdown. Trying to think if anyone here is worth it. The answer is probably no. Huh. Significantly less damage than I anticipated. Okay, can we shield through this, I wonder? Can I heal through this? I'm gonna risk it, fuck it. Okay. Good counter. Push for some solid damage. I'm not enjoying living like below 10% health. The only thing you can do here. Uh-huh. Don't care. Still don't care. Not a problem. Not a problem, because I can now do this. Boom, we're back to 30% health. On top of the 30% health, I can just do this. I'm not concerned about her applying buffs. Get immobilized, bitch. I'm gonna heal. Azusa gains counterattack. I hold on to my debuff block here. Azusa is next, so we're gonna give Azusa an attack buff even from here, and we take our 100k damage. And another 20 for free. Okay, I guess the solution was just to gamble harder. I think wasting a turn self-healing is probably less productive than I would like to believe. You will possibly die on the next turn, and this takes 2 more turns. Do this. Just get it out of your system. Oh, damn, I could have shielded. Was a little bit overcautious. The poison could still get her. I don't remember if poisoning is affected by a shield or not. It is. Shouldn't be, but it is. We deny any poison damage. How is your... Oh, you're going to be reviving on the next turn. I'm trying to think what to do. We're buffed. Okay, let's maximize damage, I guess. She's dead, that's not a problem. Because she's no longer dead. What are her current buffs? Attack up 72%? Really? Yeah, we take the fucking damage, okay. Huh. It would appear that we're doing significantly better than last time. Let's have you heal. That's gonna be funny if we can just heal everything off. And her sustain heals health, and if I can keep shielding her, oh never mind, the shield wore off. Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. We're gonna do this. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. At least she doesn't get anything on kill. That alone is a saving grace. Alright, we get your defense down. And we're back on our stride. Not a problem. We buff up, we keep this up here. We prevent you from shielding. We actually have to do some damage there, girly. We can tank this, we can tank this. Having to respawn does throw off my turn math a little bit. Yeah, because 2 on next turn she's going to be able to respawn if I do this. Unless... Oh, she already has that. Okay, then we do this. We do not shield until everyone's raised, although we at the very least don't want to... actually, we don't do anything. Yes, she's going to hit us with vulnerability to poison and with an attack buff. I don't care. Because I have this. Now, we want to shield. Oh. Got a little bit too carried away with the passives and the buffs. 60,000 damage. Okay, we no longer have access to faster refresh. We also don't really have access to... Oh, that's not great. Okay, we have 2 more turns until we can raise. And we can't block her from doing anything. Bit of a waste to do that, now that I think about it. See, like, raising them with their bare ass probably isn't the greatest plan. Especially given that both Asagi and Eleanor are thick enough and self-healing. Probably need to get your shit to reset as fast as possible. You're just gonna have to do this, Natty. Okay, 15% is what she does across the board. Absent buffs. We have buffs. He's gonna survive this, so we may as well use this turn to heal, especially if we're going to shield up. Get some damage in. 2,000, okay. Oh, this is bad. We may have to raise after this, so I'm not going to use that for a crit buff. Yeah, we did not get an immobilize. So she has a chance to wipe after. Oh, okay, we can block her from doing that at the very least. So no shields for you, bitch. Okay, she takes her chunk of flesh. Do I try to heal through this bullshit? Or do I just YOLO the damage? 3 turns until Poison Blast, you're fine. Azusa does not take a turn by then. I'm gonna do some quick napkin math here for what I should prioritize. Let's try to keep everyone alive for a little bit longer, because we know that she doesn't slash through the shield. Not yet. Even if we lose them on the actual attack, that's not a problem. At least we didn't get any additional poisonings, and we raised them clean. Okay, how do we play this? 4 turns again before the next big poison wave, so kind of a no-brainer. You are going to self-heal. With the constant self-healing, this is a significantly less efficient setup, now that I think about it. Like, I'm wasting significantly more time doing micromanaging than I am doing damage. This needs less micro and more attacks. Like, I love the retaliation buff. I like being able to just recycle my units. I'm loving that. Okay, she's just dead from poison. We don't get buffs yet. We don't give buffs yet because Tokiko needs to go down. And neither of you need... No, neither one of you needs this. So we're just going to not let her buff. Maybe cast them a ball. It's okay, 2 turns in a row. Pull these 2 up. We block debuffs. Trying to think. So suffered damage. 49%, okay. Dying less would probably be a better use of our time. Not something we can afford to do, unfortunately, so... We're just going to have to hard crush on the respawn. We prevent you from blocking. We self-heal. Is there a way to get Azusa a better heal outside of having a dedicated healer? Okay. Now, in summary, Asagi is a cool gimmick, but under current conditions, she does not work. We waste too much downtime doing other things. So, probably the more straightforward brute force method of have dedicated healer, make sure no one goes down, instead of wasting turns clawing back what little HP I have, is not the play. So we're just going to do this. One instance of poison is not a problem. We're going to heal through that shit fairly easily. Okay, we make you only do damage. We keep a heal chambered. We do not let you collect a buff here. Damage. That's fine. We block buff, block debuffs. We do not need to heal yet. You know what, now that I think about it, if this doesn't work, maybe the piece I'm missing actually isn't sort of figuring out Mari or Azusa. Like, it's not on the healing or damage dealing side. It's probably more on the... Maybe debuff blocking isn't as important as I thought. Kind of side. Because yeah, fine, fuck it, like, oh, she gave me poison. Poison doesn't really do that much damage, it only matters on these 2 of her skills. So if I can reset cooldowns on her skills fast enough, I really don't give a fuck, right? So if I forego having to constantly upcycle her skill cooldowns and just focus on Tokiko getting hers reset quickly enough, while also having access to immobilize, maybe under those conditions, it would make a little bit more sense to do that. He's also under immobilized, that's good. That means that 2 turns... There we go.
わかりました。
食らいなさい。さて、そろそろは。
参ります。
All you do is block. All you do is attack. All you do is heal.
私ですね。
Right?
せーの。
Alright.
参ります。そこ。さて、そろそろは。
参ります。
I'm not sure what that move order was, but sure.
アクアティ。はい、私ですね。
Didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to, but
参ります。
that's okay.
そこ。さて、そろそろ。
Like, I feel like I'm hamstringing myself by trying to balance all of these cooldowns all at the same time. Like, again, too much micromanagement. A lot of that micromanagement still effectively relying on RNG to a large extent. Even if I can tilt my hand significantly, sometimes the game just decides that, you know, fuck you. Like right now, great, we're all poisoned, so fucking what? Big whoop. I need to block your shit in 2 turns. Right? Unless I can give you an immobilize.
参ります。説明中ですか？はい、私ですね。せーの。
さて、そろそろ私。参ります。食らいなさい。
参ります。守護。
素晴らしい。
はい、私ですね。せーの。
さて、そろそろ私の出番。
Maybe the elf is the problem. They usually are.
参ります。そこ。
参ります。アクアティ。
さて、そろそろ。
You still collected her fucking damage buff, I hate this. But do I care?
参ります。そこ。
参ります。説明中ですか？
そろそろ私の出番。参ります。そこ。
はい、私ですね。
Just because Mari heals so fucking much, do I even care about the debuffs if I can block her from buffing herself?
そこ。さて、そろそろ。
参ります。アクアティ。はい、私ですね。せーの。
食らいなさい。参ります。千里眼。
Under that logic, we can probably swap out Eleanor for another damage dealer. Question is, who do we go with? We can try Rakshasa again, and hope that she doesn't just fucking die, because Mari can heal her fast enough. Or we go for some kind of the roughly self-sustaining red type.
さて、そろそろ。
参ります。
Actually getting hammered quite a bit.
はい、私ですね。確かこの辺。
Mostly because I'm just ignoring the fact that Mari can heal everyone. Oh, great, immobilize.
そろ
Fuck.
そろ私の出番か
That was not good timing.
参ります。素晴らしい。
Pile
参
of
ります。
shields.
私にわかりました。私せーの。
さてそろ
てやー。食らいなさい。参ります。
We definitely have some
参りま
leeway.
す。そこ。
さてそろそろ
てやー。私ですね。
I regret to acknowledge the fact that running the Oni twins at 6 stars would have probably solved a lot of my problems simultaneously because they would have been healing and removing debuffs at the same time.
千里眼。参ります。
But this is not a Cunny household, so
さて
no Oni
そろ
twins.
てやー。私ですね。確かこの辺に。感謝いたします。あります。参ります。
Okay, sure. Vulnerable to poison. Knock yourself out.
参ります。
I don't need to use this yet.
さてそろそろ
てやー。はい。せーの。食らいなさい。参ります。
You know who I think would be less susceptible to her attacks? Minasaki. Because she's also a red type. And she has a... I think I have her on a heal build. So I could probably just replace Eleanor. All things considered.
さてそろそろ私の出番か
Just heal through the damage. Don't let this thing self-buff. Other than that, the poison doesn't really matter. This responds in 1 turn. I don't care about the others.
素晴らしい
No debuffs.
素晴ら
Heal.
しいさてそろそろ私
参ります。
Shields. See, shields are nice to have, but she's poisoned, so she's gonna get, yeah.
千里眼。食らいなさい。はい。私ですね。
Heal across the board.
さてそろそろ私の
てやー。参ります。そこ。参ります。グアッティ。食らいなさい。
さてそろ
I hate the fact that we are perfectly within reach of an actual solution to this, but we come up short by like 10% or just by bad RNG every time.
さてそろ
てやー。食らいなさい。参ります。
She has 1 more turn of immobilize, then she'll get access to a self buff. Let's keep that heal chambered. Get some
そろそろ
shielding.
私の出番か
Pop that bitch in the jaw. In the jaw, sorry. I can wait for 1 more turn. Maybe roll for an immobilize. We did not get immobilize. I still do not care. Roll for a weaken. It didn't go through. 2 turn duration of debuff block. However, everyone's fucking turns come so quickly, they lose their fucking debuff block by the time this bitch is actually attacking. So we're gonna wait for that. I'm gonna prevent you from buffing yourself, though. We don't care about that. Like, from a strict contribution perspective, it does seem that Eleanor is doing the least. Because there's no direct damage. Extra shielding is cool, but I feel like Mari's heal should be sufficient to just cover for it, especially since she can reduce the duration of buffs too. The duration of debuffs. So I was probably fighting the wrong ability on her this entire time. Is what it's increasingly looking like. I also need to roll the dice on getting a random immobilized more frequently. There we go, there's our immobilized. Three turns away. 2 turns away. Fuck it, we ball. Okay, girthy 60 damage. This is probably like watching paint dry, I'm sorry. But I'm just autistically fixated on fucking beating this level already. I will not be felled by the game designer. I will abuse game mechanics and find an exploit. I don't need to rush. I don't need to. You're sure the Lamia flesh doesn't account for any of it? I mean, I don't get any more pieces of Kyla if I beat this level. Like, this is pure vanity. For one, I'm not into Lamia. I much prefer Dark Elves. She's probably a banger unit to have, but, like, she doesn't do anything for me. It's purely the angst of having an uncompleted endgame challenge. Like, what do you mean I didn't beat the thing in the time limit with limited resources? Okay, we can block this. This is fine. Trying to think here. If I'm better off doing more damage or rolling for an immobilize. Probably rolling for an immobilize. We keep that chambered. There we go. We get no debuffs. 15 grand off of a hit. Okay. See, I need to believe in the immobilize a little harder. That's what's tripping me up. Vulnerable to poison, who gives a fuck? 4 turns away, okay. Still trying for that immobilize, not getting it. Still no dice on the immobilize. Okay, let's check. Gonna be 1 turn away. You're gonna be 1 turn away. I'm gonna risk it. Let's do this. Still no dice. So she's gonna pop that guaranteed poison on the next turn. Not if I have something to say about it, though. I don't care about this, actually. I really probably don't even need to heal through this. Yeah, I can just stack the hurt on her. We prevent the poison from landing. You're gonna be poisoned, but unless I pop a group heal and just remove your poison altogether. Boom. No poison, no shield for you, bitch. Aha. It is just about finessing her fucking cooldowns. That's all this does. See, I was probably a little bit too fixated on being able to not collect debuffs and on getting Eleanor to this level. Does Eleanor have... She does not. Okay. That's actually a pretty good outcome. We're not going to do this. We don't have the damage output. Okay, but I think I kind of see the vision here. So we can either swap Minasaki in, and she'll do stuff. Or we can try swapping in Rakshasa. In which case we can do Rakshasa and Azusa with a healer instead of Eleanor. And if I manage the cooldowns correctly... Right? Because fine. Oh, she does big damage, big whoop. Who gives a fuck? Okay. It's a little poisonous. It's not pleasant, but it's fine. We do a big heal off the beat. Even collect some free shields, and we're Gucci. Right? Let's see how that damage output works. Okay, we don't need to heal anyone. We block her from collecting buffs. We're still in who gives a fuck territory. We're still in who gives a fuck territory. Maybe we could benefit from doing this, but not by a lot. See, the girlies attack very quickly, because the benefit of Rakshasa is that she just slings those fucking speed up buffs to everyone. She's not type specific. Now we also get an immobilize on top of that. Okay, we just heal through the whole thing. And with Rakshasa also piling up the meter, Ooh, we may be onto something here. Keep that handy for now.
さて、そろそろ私の出番か。
参ります。
Gonna be a poison wave coming, and we don't care.
さて、切り捨てる。
Pile that damage. Pile that damage. So see, right now, we are now actually averaging like 450-ish thousand damage per actual round, like we were supposed to. Returns away on heal. Get you up to heal us a little bit sooner. Like Rakshasa is still a bit of a soft target, all things considered. We have poison on the field, so we block her from. This is bullshit. Okay, Rakshasa is too soft for this. I guess Minasaki is the play because lowers defense. Which it sucks. It sucks that it has to be like this, but wait a second. What's your ability? Ah, technique allies only. Okay, fair enough. And you're probably agility allies only. Yes, agility allies only. Not very useful. For damage just for yourself, essentially. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Probably should not have wasted that before I popped Minasaki's ultimate. Pop a heal. That is a girthy buff. Actually, let me see how girthy. 60% and 50%. That is a girthy buff, actually. Even if she doesn't do direct damage on her own. We don't care about turn gauge. We care about preventing you from buffing. No one needs a heal. Just keep stacking her fucking defense reduction. 4 turns, 3 turns. How much does this do? 50%, okay. Slap a heal on that. All things considered, we probably just need 1 damage dealer with sufficient support. Right? Yeah, okay, she got the raw end of that stick there. Do a mass heal to pull Tokiko out of it. Did I blow a gale? Yeah, I did. We have people poisoned, so we block her from shielding. It's fine. Okay, see, now we're getting just enough heals to stay in the fight. It's not a bad thing inherently. Just means we need to pay attention to what the fuck we're doing. So that has one more turn left. We probably want to do this just to get access to heals a little bit sooner. Swish. Okay. Immobilize, good. Reload when that shit lands. Okay, now we don't blow Gale Thrust until we get Minasaki's ultimate. We're not wasting heal yet. Alright, so she gets her Gale cut, Gale Thrust on the next one. We try to stack, it doesn't stack. Do targeted heal because I would rather use the next heal to reduce the duration of poison. Defense down. Do not use the Gale. I would prevent her from buffing if I can help it. Good. Just gonna slap us with poison on the next turn, which is not a problem in and of itself. Turns. Trying to think. She already has a healed chamber. Just roll for immobilize. Hell yeah. Full of buffs. Let's go. 60,000. Kind of underwhelming. Go for heals. Reset cooldowns. I feel like we're taking a significantly bigger pound of flesh out of her this time. We are playing kind of a meta build. Sort of, not really. At this point, Azus is just legitimately my best red type. More immobilize, good. When's that heal coming? Not soon. Apply some self-care. That is one of the benefits of Azusa, she can heal. Wait a second. Can I do this? Okay, sure. What does that give me, though? 3 turns, 1 turn. 1 turn, so she'll be healing on the next turn anyway. I'm gambling here, but probably worth it. Slash. We heal do I want to heal everyone? I'm just gonna heal Azusa. Because if I can that mass heal, I won't have to pop her buff block, and I can just passively block her from shielding. Azusa's 2 turns away, which is fine. One instance of poison, that's Still no immobilize. She's cutting it a little close in terms of just her durability. I don't like that. Stay on the safe side, overheal a little bit maybe. Pop that ultimate. It's fine. Okay, she's out of the woods in terms of poison damage. She's gonna get access to a heal next turn anyway. 5 turns, 3 turns. Let's give you a faster cooldown and a damage buff. You get targeted healing. As I suspected, as long as I can prevent this thing from collecting buffs and delaying her cooldowns, I actually have to do significantly less micro. Again, big whoop. She got a little bit of a poison on me. The primary hazard of her getting poison is her being able to shield and self-buff. We don't care about that because I can just cock block her with this. Wait, what the fu- oh, okay, that's just Tokiko fumbling it for everyone. Let's save that for now. Use that for total heal, please and thank you. Uh-huh. We're already so fast we don't really benefit from turn gauge bursts. At least we do very rarely. Do not care about that buff over there. I misclicked. That's fine. Wanted to do a spot heal on Tokiko. Just noticed that Minosaki actually does her own damage. Quite a fucking lot of it, too. Let's probably get access to faster heals. Ooh, this is bad timing. Ooh, this is bad timing. Okay, good. We're hanging on by a thread, but we're hanging on nonetheless. Clutch. Bit too close for comfort, but what are you gonna do? Okay, we focus on healing her. It's gonna be a wasted turn if I do that. She already has a buff. Okay, let's get a mass buff up on the board faster. Dent her defense, give her a girthy ultimate.
そこ。
私せーの。
Uh-huh. Okay, we still... She has one turn of poison left. Which means I don't need to do shit, actually. If I'm reading the board correctly. Heal over time 7% of max HP. Does she have heals on the board? She does not. Hey, that's unfair. That's unfair. She changed the fucking turn order. That was unfair. I did not anticipate a change in turn order. I can brute force through it. Sweet. At least I can deny her the attack buff now. Let's do this. Vulnerable to poison, sure. Spot heal here. Uh-huh. Okay, we get immobilized. She gets a guaranteed poison. I don't care. Not in a rush for anything to happen. Okay, I just need to keep my bitches alive for one more cycle. I'm gonna do that by altering the turn order, which did nothing. Just don't fucking die. Just don't fucking die. Okay. Narrowly. Now, one turn away. 3 turns away from that. 3 turns away, 4 turns away. Let's do this. Okay, we don't get immobilized, that's fine. Trying to think here. Okay, we're in a good spot to reduce your cooldowns. Spot heal. Mm-hmm. Good synchronous timing. Prevent you from shielding. You would not have shielded either way, I just wasted that. That's great. Okay, we got immobilized, that's also good. Collect that damage. Like, if I run this shit a little bit more optimally, It's definitely here. It's within swinging distance. Do I need this for anything? I don't think so. No, just fish for that. I'm gonna think if anyone needs a little boost. It's not like she can do anything more useful right now. No poison, but I don't want her to buff. I think we just wasted the ultimate. I did. Okay, buff blocked. Oh, that's not great. Okay, we're washed. We're washed at this point. So, like, we're one good piece away from this working, which is the annoying part. And I have, like, no other red unit that could it even hold up in the same capacity. Right? Yeah. Shut off. Hmm. 15% health to power allies. Crit damage by 7. We're kind of struggling for damage here. It's not we're not really struggling for HP. I can't use Asagi because Asagi has slowdown, and that comes with a retaliatory buff from that piece of shit. Upgrade. Let's upgrade this defense unit of hers. Try to harden her up a little bit. Murasaki is built to be a brick wall. That's her purpose here. Maybe see, she also technically has taunt. I don't remember. I think taunt does stack damage buffs. Let me see. Swish. Swish. She is affected by taunt, but there's a percentage chance. I could at the very least bear to lose Murasaki a number of times. Because she has immortality and I can heal her from that point, from point of revival. And she can shield for that too.
私ですね。せーの。
参ります。そこ。
さて、そろそろ。
切り開くぞ。参ります。そこ。
Immobilize, good.
さて、そろそろは。
切り開くぞ。大旋風の一撃。参ります。
Does that fucking thing do no taunt whatsoever? Lifesteal. Where did I get the taunt? Ah, that's what does the taunt. I'm fucking stupid. Okay.
さて、そろそろ私の出番。
Okay, this may be a little bit more workable than I actually thought.
私ですね。
So our star effect is actually just this.
参ります。
And we stack fucking... Ah, I see. Ho ho ho. Ho ho. Speed up our heals. It's fine.
そろそろは。
Slash.
私です。
Do nothing.
切り開くぞ。参ります。そこ。
Uh-huh.
さて、そろそろ。
はい、私ですね。確かこの辺に。
感謝いたします。参ります。
I'm gonna prevent you from shielding.
切り開くぞ。
さて、そろそろ。
He does a standard attack, that's fine.
そこ。切り開くぞ。
Catches an immobilize, that's also fine.
私ですね。
Okay, so we are at a place where
そろそろ。
Murasaki is largely unaffected by her attacks, and she can also passively stack a global damage buff, which...
切り開くぞ。
Mm-hmm.
私ですね。確かこの辺に。
素晴らしい。さて、そろそろ私。
参ります。そこ。切り開くぞ。大旋風の一撃。
And as she does that, she also does a chunk of damage. Okay.
さて、そろそろ私の。
And unlike Minasaki, she doesn't need to do that constantly. Like her damage buffs have staying power.
この切り開くぞ。
さて、そろそろ。
私せーの。
参ります。
Yes.
千里眼。
Prevent that bitch from collecting a buff.
さて、そろそろ。
参ります。
How are we doing on those heals? Okay, they're already up next turn. How are we doing on... this is up next turn. I'm gonna spin this here.
私ですね。
Probably a global heal, I'd say. No, global heal comes after that.
確かこの辺に。
素晴らしい。
Because I want to reduce the duration of the guaranteed poison.
この切り開くぞ。
Uh-huh.
参ります。
I feel stupid for wasting several turns not getting access
そ
to
ろそ
that.
ろは。
Now we pop a global heal. Right? By the time her cooldowns for shielding are up, no one's gonna be poisoned.
参ります。そこ。
さて、そろ。
Because she still has to fight through the immobilize.
せーの。
参ります。そこ。
And Tokyoko keeps
切り
stacking
開く
them.
ぞ。 大旋風の一撃
You're self-sufficient, you don't even need a heal.
そろそろ私の出番か
Okay, 100k natty. You love to see it.
確かこの辺に
感謝いたします参ります
Heal.
連携ですか
それ
いやーこの切り開くぞふえ
ふらいなさい
参りますそこ
Murasaki is such a brick shithouse that she at no point is going to require individual healing.
切り開くぞ
Is that 100,000 fucking natty slash? Okay, sure.
ふらいなさい
参りますそこ
さてそろそろ私の出番
いや
Uh-huh.
切り開くぞふえ
私ですね
Ooh, spot
確か
heal?
この辺に
素晴らしい
ありました
ふらいなさい
参ります
Ha 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 ha. No one is poisoned. Her cooldowns are right there.
そこ
さて
We don't need to use her ultimate.
切り開くぞ
Just keep stacking damage on this bitch.
私ですね
I would probably benefit from a heal next turn. Next turn we do a crowd heal.
ふらいなさい
No shield,
参ります
no bitches. You are the least likely to survive if you get poisoned.
素晴らしいさてそろそろ
And we
私
can
の
get
出
some
番
licks in.
切り開くぞ大旋風の一
You
撃
just self-heal, nobody cares.
私ですね
We don't do a heal just yet because we need to reduce the duration of the guaranteed poison she's gonna get. Mm-hmm.
参ります
Block
戦利
buffs.
眼
さてそろそろ私の出
いや
Some
この
damage.
切り開くぞ
Shield.
参りますそこ
Mobilize.
ふらいなさい
感謝する
私ですね
Well, this sucks, donkey balls. Shit. I got overconfident, but I see the vision. It's kind of there. It's kind of there. Maybe we need to make a little bit of money for this. How do we feel? We can do this for another 30-ish minutes, or we can switch over to Pal World. What's the feeling on the floor? Let me get a vote going for this. Because I'm either or. Let me see, stream manager. Let me run a poll. Manage poll, new poll. What do Taimanin Pal World? 10 minutes is a little bit much to select. 3-minute poll. Alright, send in your votes. There's your poll, it's currently running, and I'm gonna try to figure this shit out while you're at it. Maybe we do need a little bit more health. Maybe this is the play. Maybe you need a little bit more oomph. For how long it takes me to finish the Taimanin puzzle? I mean, I only have 2 days left. So, if I don't crack it right now, I am going to switch strategies. I'm just gonna farm off stream, because I think I sort of have it. In the sense that if I can get Murasaki to hurt a little bit more, I could get more out of her. Like, it's strictly a question of just grind harder and nothing else. Right, because I am beyond stupid. I had my passives just unleveled. So I wouldn't say they're just like not completely unleveled, but yeah, kind of on the raw end of up-leveling them. That's probably not the best way to approach this. What's happening in the arena? Let's run a defense real quick, just to keep things fresh. Let's see, what are we dealing with here? I don't want to deal with your shit. Triggers relatively fast too, so you're gonna get your hits on pretty early. So what I can do instead is, you know what, let's keep it as is. Probably, I don't need you because you don't really do anything. Try it like this. Slowing them down is not a high priority since I'm lightning fast anyway. Buffs completely denied. Good shit healing, no damage. Okay, now I can start ripping them apart. I don't care, even if I only have access to my raw damage, that's perfectly fine. Pal World wins. Okay, let me finish doing this, and I'll switch over to Pal World. I should do something about... There we go, that's much better. Just 2 turns of counterattack on her, right? Your health is nearly full anyway. Oh, okay, not full enough, I guess. That's okay, we have 2 more damage dealers. This is not a game changer. There we go. Yay, we had 2,500. Right, something for me to think about. Can I buy anything interesting for tokens? No, not really. See, now that I have a vision of Azusa actually being very helpful in beating this stage, buying 30 Azusa fragments looks like a good investment of honor points. However, I only have 30 pieces of Azusa to work with. But given that she's a super premium fucking character, I don't know. I don't know about all that. Given that I've missed out on buying the Demon Knight underling, I forget her name. Right, fuck it, Pal World. Let's do a little bit Oh, the same thing. Pal World, let's do that to decompress. Oh, update. Hopefully it's not a big update. How big is the update? Ah, 200 megabytes, not bad. Alright, let me switch over to Pal World. Alright, give it a second. Needs to upload and install. I do not agree with it wanting to take 20 minutes to install. It's a 200 megabyte update. What the fuck are we doing? Why is it taking that much time? Alright, never mind, speeding up. Probably something like disk space access or something. Given that nothing else is happening, it'd be kind of odd for it to take that long. Disk usage, 250 megabits per second. How is my download speed faster than my disk space usage? Because it's on my SSD. It should be fine. Maybe a little bit inconsistent. Okay, let's watch some videos while we wait. Oop, let's shrink that. I'll continue keeping an eye out for it. Tekken needs to do something, says FDX. Okay, I'll take the bait. I'll take the clickbait. What does Tekken need to do? Ooh, we've probably seen this Mean Coon grooming video.
Your camera roll has all the ingredients, but you can never find time to edit.
When it comes to leverless controllers and hitboxes, I feel like Pandora's box is already open, and all of the discourse that's happening about, you know, banning it or whatever needed to happen like 10 plus years ago. So we're already past that point. I'll show you the clip that started this latest round of discourse. This is Arslan Ash playing ranked against a Reyna player. He does a -13 low, Nina's down back 3, and gets electric launched. And he can't believe it. He's flabbergasted. But this is not a leverless specific technique, but the execution for this punish is very, very hard.
See, I was about to say, if you see like a god rank anything Reyna, yeah, that's probably the player who's going to beat your ass with a crouch canceled electric. I'm sorry.
On a stick. And the player he's fighting, username is Cloud, but this is famously Shiro from Japan, and he plays on a leverless.
Ah, okay, it's a Japanese Reyna player. What the fuck were you expecting, my guy? You moved to Japan and you expected your games to be as free? No.
Actually, his leverless is some of the most diabolical controller mapping I've ever seen.
Holy shit.
This is left, down, right. WK is both kicks. He has another left input here, another left input here, 2 right inputs on top of the normal one. So he has 3 ways to hit left.
I love that he has a blank button that he's just going to mash at tournaments to throw people off and think that he did an input.
3 ways to hit right and 2 ways to hit down, so he could do these electrics really precisely. And the crazy thing is, according to the Tekken World Tour regulations, this is legal right now. And Rangchu tweeted, there's been a lot of discussion lately. My opinion is simple. SOCD should only allow neutral. If you don't know what this is, I'll explain it in a bit. And there should only be 1 button for each direction for a total of 4 directional buttons. And then he talks about the specific SOCD rules that I've actually talked about in previous videos. So we'll cover that again. And before we keep going, one important clarification I should make is this technique is not leverless exclusive. Like, this is a technique you can do on a stick, but it is so physically difficult. Like, the actual mechanical act of doing it is so challenging that it's rare you would see this happen consistently. And I think that's what this all boils down to, is as you make it easier and easier, and if you don't have rules that shut down different mappings that make it easier and easier, you will find people being more consistent at this than the original game design intended. And I think that's where the core issue is. By the way, I know we're 2 minutes and 2 seconds into the video, but if you don't want to hear the background music, we've prepared a separate audio track that is just me speaking with no music. So you can click on the gear below, or
that's great.
And all it does is fun, as we always try to make the should address is people often say, like, if leverless is so good, why aren't Tekken pros using it? I think the key reason is that Tekken is a different game than a lot of other 3D games and a lot of other fighting games in general, in that if you look at the move list for this game, there are 100+ moves per character. And in Tekken, your goal is to twitch react to these different options and pick the right response. And sometimes your response is going to be movement, like sidestep duck, multiple backdashes, sidewalk duck, sidewalk block, right? Double dash blocking, things like this. And that kind of movement has been trained and refined by a lot of these pro players over the course of like 10, 15 years. So it's not a trivial matter to just swap to leverless. Funnily enough, Rangchu is a leverless player. He swapped over towards the tail end of Tekken 7, I believe. And it's not like pro players aren't trying to adapt. This is a
But also, doesn't Ranchu play bears? Like, why the fuck even bother with a leverless to play bears?
Nii's current stick, it's not available, it's not mass produced, but he has extra buttons here in this top row of 3, and he has a thumb button. Players are trying to adapt to how powerful extra directional and, well, attack button inputs can be in your right hand. But they're trying to do so in a way that allows them to leverage all their legacy skill as well, which a lot of these players are just better on lever. They've been playing on it for 20 plus years. So I think because leverless is here to stay, it's the most convenient for travel. People can like try games out on keyboard and then upgrade seamlessly to a leverless. I think it's here to stay, and that's not really up for debate. I think the goal should be to try to reduce the egregious like leverless only or leverless favored techniques. So I actually have a cross-up controller here where the lever does directions and these buttons also handle directions. Okay, and so if you don't know what SOCD is, simultaneous opposite cardinal directions, it just basically says what do you do if you're holding left and right at the same time. Okay, the Capcom rule set for Street Fighter is if you're holding left and right at the same time, it should go to neutral, as if you're holding nothing. But Tekken has no regulation around this. You can hold left, press right, and then it'll start holding right. This is where a lot of the issues for leverless specific techniques come from. I made a video on this before, but Steve has a super frame tight link where he can land a guaranteed full crouch down forward 2 after he hits a counter hit down forward 2 here. This is frame tight, and the input history has to look like it does right here. You have to jump from this down back directly to down forward. If you show any down input like there, it's too slow. So leverless has a huge advantage here if you can just press these 3 buttons and instantly jump to that input.
Thanks, Mike.
See you next month.
So you can get these delivered? It's literally water.com.
Shiro's insane leverless setup basically exploits this to the maximum effect. Okay, so he has set up his controller in a way that he has a bunch of ways to do electrics with Reina. That's the entire point of his setup. I'll link this video if you want to check it out in detail, but you can see how he basically hits a button to instantly get down forward 2 right after a forward input. He's optimized this controller for this character, and he also has a new technique called, I think they're calling it the Shiro step, where he uses Reina's manual crouch dash, the stance, and cancels it using his special setup. And honestly, it's pretty cool that he shows it in this video, but he demonstrates how he can do an electric from crouch as well as from standing as quickly as possible in 13 frames, which takes us back to this original clip of how he's able to block Arslan's -13 low, and then use his special setup to get the electric launch. So Tekken players have been slow to adopt leverless controllers, but this is we're clearly getting to a point where the potential is being realized. Before people rag on Shiro, it's important to note that he is a strong legacy player. He invented the Shiro combo from Tekken 7, this Steve combo that was very difficult to learn, but pretty consistent once you learn the execution. So Shiro has been kind of pushing the mold for a long time. I don't know if he used leverless back in Tekken 7 when he invented this combo, but it's clear that he's been pushing the game for a while. And I don't think optimization is inherently a bad thing. I think we're just clearly seeing the absolute limit of how ridiculous this can get. When you look at this controller setup, I think it's clear we have strayed very far from God's light. If you're curious, yeah, this far right button is the heat button. This is a dead button. And then he is just layering multiple directional inputs just to get comfortable hand positions to execute these things on. So let's go back to Rangchu's argument. He says SOCD should only allow neutral, and I wholeheartedly agree. I tweeted back in March, 4 months ago, that this Steve technique only exists because of that SOCD rule, right? And Capcom has already outlawed it, which is why you can't do these instant flash kicks. If you don't play Street Fighter, the benefit of this technique that used to exist and is now illegal by Capcom's controller rules is that you can instantly do an up input and the kick at the same time, so Guile never has to expose himself with a standing hurt box. He instantly flash kicks and can start charging his next down input immediately. Capcom has already recognized this, and I think part of it is that Street Fighter players may have adopted leverless a lot faster than Tekken players did. But the Tekken World Tour rule set only has very few.
Imagine spending $200 to give yourself a crush for your skill issue because the inputs in a video game are too
Two
hard.
restrictions. A single input that results in the execution of multiple subsequent inputs is banned, so like a macro. You cannot do combination inputs unless it's allowed by the in-game controller mapping settings. And you cannot do a single button that does a direction and an attack at the same time. But because they don't regulate how many directions you can map, Shiro has gotten around this by just having multiple directional inputs and picking a comfortable hand position. And at a certain point, if you have them laid out as, you know, cleverly as he's done, you just kind of drop your hand and you get these really precise inputs here. And I can do the same thing with Steve. That's why I play on a leverless, or that's why I play on a cross-up right now, is for these Steve techniques, because they're not regulated right now. But like Rangchu, I'm hoping that they will recognize that these are so powerful and that this can be addressed, that it needs to be addressed. If you're more curious about this topic, I have the video I did on Steve's perfect counter hit down forward 2 input that goes into it in a lot more detail. There's also Brian S. videos on leverless and breaking down specifically how these techniques have worked in Street Fighter.
All right, I can't say I'm very invested in this. Like, I don't play enough Tekken these days to even care that much. Anything else to look at? A day in the life of a leftist streamer. Let's take a look at this.
Wait, you don't write anything?
I just say, what is this? Oh boy. Okay, sure. Jared sometimes posts just horrific bait, but I'm interested to see what it is this time.
When I first started carrying a gun, I very quickly found out that I did not like carrying appendix, and I've been carrying on the right side of my hip pretty much ever since. Well, that was
okay, great. Compromise position. Sure, fantastic.
Until this company reached out to me with a product that totally changed the way that I view appendix carry. This is what's called a tuck kit, and it's a tactical accessory that reduces the footprint that the male anatomy presents in front of your pistol while you're appendix carrying. Now, due to the nature of this area, I can't show how to apply this product on YouTube, but there are handy illustrated instructions included in the box. So now I can finally be one of the cool kids and carry appendix, because we all know that the most important thing...
Okay, it's asinine bait. Thank you. As expected from someone who is an adult man, but still weighs 100 pounds.
In the 1980s, by Joko Ninomiya, Enshin Karate became one of the most impactful branches of this ancient art. By adding...
Enshin Karate was not... Enshin Karate is a branch of Kyokushin. Realistically indistinguishable from Ashihara, but Ninomiya just didn't want to be under the Ashihara umbrella, and that's about it. And I'm very sad because we used to have a local Enshinryu dojo. It did not survive COVID, sadly.
Takedowns, clinch work, and knee strikes. This style, decades ago, already bore a strong resemblance to modern MMA. In 1989, Joko decided to take a step further to propagate his creation, and the Sabaki Challenge was born. An annual tournament held in Denver, Colorado that pitted Enshin practitioners against kickboxers, taekwondo athletes, and even practitioners of other karate styles.
Oh, so just Oyama's Open Cup. Okay, cool.
Filled with cinematic knockouts and attracting black belts from around the globe, the unique event quickly gained popularity, becoming a massive box office success in the United States. Featuring 24 participants from various parts of the world, the event had 3 weight categories: lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. The rules worked as follows. Clean strikes that destabilized the opponent scored 1 point. Throws or sweeps also scored 1 point. Takedowns followed by a controlled punch scored 3 points. Strikes that...
Okay, so it's the same Wazari and an Ippon system, but, you know, like a 1 point is a Wazari and what is supposed to be an Ippon is 3 points.
Resulted in a knockdown also scored 3 points. Knockout scored 6 points and ended the fight. In the first middleweight preliminary bout, Enshin veteran Vernon Owens faced Kung Fu representative Matt Adams. Owens wasted no time applying a clean takedown in the opening seconds, a clear calling card to Adams.
I wouldn't say that it's a clear takedown. He landed a low kick when the guy was balancing on one leg. It's actually fairly common when people clash with
clean
kicks.
takedown in the open.
He blocks. He goes for an elbow.
A clear calling card to Adams. Adams was not intimidated, pressing forward with more aggression. But Owens again displayed his technical superiority with another beautiful takedown. Adams attempted to react, but within seconds, the first knockout of the night was cemented, a precise high kick that advanced the Karate Kid to the next round.
Ah, okay, so I can tell that this is a an AI reading of text, so we're just gonna go ahead and de-recommend this. What is this? Seiryu. We're gonna take a look at this in a moment. But before I do so, I'm gonna find this fucking video, and I'm going to how do I mark this as not interested? Copy debug info, loop mini player, copy video URL, stats for nerds. Report. I don't want to report, but I do want to downvote it. There we go. I guess that's the next best thing.
When it comes to
How's that install going? 70% almost. Alright, let's see what this is. Okay. It's something that's permitted on the premises of a Buddhist temple at the very least, so... Seiryu Heiho. Heiho written as way of balance, as a method of balance as opposed to military. Uh-huh. I didn't notice who got hit. Okay. I'm not sure who's Uchidachi, who's Shidachi. The download isn't slow. Like the patching of the goddamn Pal World file is slow. So this looks like fairly standard fencing fare, probably on the more sophisticated side. I'm having trouble placing the lineage of this. The open vocalizations probably reminiscent of Katori Shintoryu, but that's where the similarities largely end. Lots of contact exchange, I guess that's also similar to Katori, but that's a common through line in a lot of Koryu styles. They like their applied fencing. So it looks like fairly old video too. Huh, interesting, okay. The hardest cheat to detect in Tekken. People are still cheating in Tekken. Really? Someone cares enough to fucking cheat? Tenshin Shoden Katori Shintoryu. It's a dedicated video. Uchimata. Ah, Sasaki Sensei teaching Uchimata. That's interesting.
Your job doesn't stop. Neither do we.
82% installed.
Products, every industry.
Oh, that's the Orlando Dojo. Okay. What is he? Okay, so if you're directly in front of him, then his first reaction is going to be to give you a pull. Okay. Ah.
こんにちは、オカピーチャンネルです。
小内刈り、
今回は
okay.
佐々木慎次郎先生
小
に
内刈り
小内巻き込みを教えてもらいます。
小内巻き込み、okay.
岡村さん、こんにちは。小内巻き込みの説明をするんですけど、生徒さんもうすでに小内巻き込み非常に上手にやっていると思います。で、まず最初の小内巻き込み、私がぐるっと回るやつですね。こういうやつですね。これですね。このやつ。
Huh, interesting. We used to call that kaiten mawashi.
この小内巻き込みのポイントは
Pretty good way to regain advantage. It's not so you're not regaining advantage. You need to have a pretty good positional advantage to land this. Otherwise, you just get your fucking lights knocked out.
まずこの高さを変えないことです。高さを変えないで右足相手が左足が出てる時だけに使います。右利き左利きとかそういうの関係なしに相手の足がここに出てる。これがターゲットです。この立ってる時にまず私がやるのはこいつがこの足をすぐ下げれるかどうかをまず確認するんですよ。
So he needs to confirm behaviors. He needs to see if the impulse of his opponent is to pull the leg.
そのために一回ジャンプです。これがもしなんていうかトラップだったら罠だったら普通は
Oh, he's checking behaviors. If there's a pull.
こういう風に反応してくる。昔よく韓国の選手、いきなり対応としてトラップで入ってきたりする選手っていうのはこれが。
So he says that the Koreans used to set this up and be ready to counter with a taiotoshi.
こういうのが餌だったんですね。そういう風にかからないためにまず一回。ジャンプ、ボクシングのジャブみたいに体重、右足で体重乗せながら相手の襟を叩きに行く。で、これが下がるか下がらないかを確認してください。
So he does that aggressive grab at the lapel to see what the reaction is going to be.
もう一回いきます。こう上で叩いてもいいし、下から叩いてもいいです。どっちでもいいんで、一回叩いて、これが動いてないか確認してください。で、2回目の時に、ポイントはできるだけ近づく。これに。
Cut distance as much as possible.
できるだけ近づきます。で、ここの、なんていうの、前腕のほんまこの辺です。この辺を相手のここ。
So he's using his wrist in order to index on the opponent's wrist and to open him up. Step in close.
こうじゃないです。こう見えますけど、右足を思いっきり踏み込んでるんですね。で、ここを叩きながら回すイメージです。で、回しながら
So your intent should be to spin it around. You're not actually going to do that because there's going to be resistance.
相手の脇、ここに頭を持っていくような感じで踏み込んだこの足からこう股割りのようにこういう感じです。
Uh-huh. Big deep step, okay.
この手をギュッ感覚でわかるんですよ。ギュッて踏み込むなら、あとはこの手を思いっきり見ながら、畳を見ながらつきます。これ。
I was taught to do this slightly differently. The way I was taught to do this is off of a failed kouchigari. So I would go in, I try to cut the heel. I try to do a heel pick essentially with my foot from the inside. And if he loads that leg, then I wrap it and I do the makikomi.
実際生徒さんもすでに回られてたんで大丈夫だと思います。生徒さんのその決めとか入り方っていうのはもう大丈夫だと思います。ただ入って
So he thinks that he's just saying this to someone that who he's recording this video for. He says your students probably don't have a problem with getting entry.
上に上がってるのはやっぱりちょっと良くないかなって思います。実際は沈みます。
Important to do this without sort of increasing, without extending yourself. You need to go like sink into a deep step here. And you execute it as a forward roll. It's nice to have a name for this that I can use next time I use this. And first of all, it's good to know that this is a legal judo technique, that I can do this. And I can refer to it by a known term that's in common use in judo as opposed to my old jiu-jitsu terminology. Ghastly, I want that. Just a second. Poke, catch, ultra ball. Hopefully I typed that correctly.
このコーチ巻き込みっていうのは、まあ分かりやすく言うと、相手がこう立ってるといかない方がいいです。正直こういう風になってる相手にこう持って、例えばこういきます。まあ力の強い選手だとこれ、こうやられて、ちょっと危ない状況になる。
This is gonna be Uranage, okay?
After selling out in Japan, we're excited to introduce
これをやるんであれば、目いっぱい相手を下げてください。目いっぱい足を下げて、もう大外か大内か。
So to prevent your own back from being taken, like he recommends taking a big, like handful grip, deep back grip on your own and pull him down.
何が来るか分からない状況にしておいて、引っ掛ければ返されます。これの方が成功する確率がぐんと上がります。で、この小内刈り、こういう小内刈り、昔はここを触ることができたんで、これ非常に効果的でしたけど、もう正直今全く効きません。こうできないんで。で、私がやる小内刈りっていうの、小内巻き込みっていうのは、
Hell yeah, we got a ghastly.
この相手の脇を持つようにしてます。というのも、私自身は小内巻き込みをやるときっていうのは、こうできるだけ持たないようにしてるんですね。やっぱりこう持ってしまうと。
He's explaining grips for his variant of Kouchi Makikomi, explaining that previously you would, under old rules, you would have been able to grab the pants, which you can't, except for all Japan rules.
何かが来るっていうのを感じてしまうんですね。で、私が小内巻き込みをするときっていうのは、もう私が襟を強く持ってて、
Well, yes, it is a pants grab, but you grab the other guy's pants and then you smash him head first into the floor.
相手が切ってくる。相手が切った瞬間っていうのは、こうまっすぐなってるんですよ、手が。で、このまっすぐなった手っていうのは、次のリアクションっていうのは引くんですね、相手。You're gonna fall, right? で、ここに合わせます。
That's more of a Kouchi Gake, I'm going to say, rather than Gutty, because it's a sacrifice throw at this point.
なので、私のコーチ巻き込みの仕方は、一回ここ持ったら思いっきり引くんですよ。あって、ポイントが、条件が。
It's interesting that he does that on the opposite side from the one I learned.
私したいんで、それはやりやすいです。 こういう風になってると正直行かない方がいいです。もったいない、小内箱に行くのが。潰れてしまったらゼロになってしまうんで、私がやるのはここでバッ、ここ切った瞬間っていうのは原理的に言うとこうなるんです。いくらここで止めてると思ってても原理的に言うとちょっとこうなるんです。だからこの瞬間に
He's explaining, so as someone would be attempting to break your grip, they're going to like instinctually hyperextend because that's also like part of the motion of cutting your grip. And this creates an opening for you to go for the Kouchi Makikomi that he's explaining.
この膝がロックされてしまうと早く動けないんですよ。この瞬間にもうバッて一回思いっきり近づきます。離れた瞬間
There's the cut.
脇を持って入ります。これゆっくり見ててほしいんですけど、はい、スローにブレーキ、ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー、はい、これ開けた瞬間ここ開いてるんですね。開いてるんです。でこれをこう感覚ですね。ここはもうあまり引くっていうイメージよりも持ちに行くっていう感じのイメージの強いです。持った時に必ず手こうなるんで。でもし万が一詰まるようなことがあればですよ、詰まったとかなればもうこっちに反転して背負い投げに行けばいいですし、あとはその状況判断だと思います。
Well, he's explaining that if you get this grip, like based on the reactions in the situation, you may not even not need that sacrifice. You can go for other throws instead. All right. Pal World is completed patching. We can do a little bit of reps. I don't expect anyone to hop in, but let me at least see the state of the base. Maybe go kill something real quick. We are at the 4-hour mark, but since we did vote for Pal World, let's do like 20-ish minutes, I think. I'm gonna warn Oni wife that I am ready to receive food in that time. Alright, let's see. Pal World. I'm just gonna load up the multiplayer we did. Start game. We're only on day 7, nice. I think if anyone doesn't have the login credentials for this, I think I pinned them. Yeah, they're not pinned, but it's the only message in the Pal World channel. Let me actually pin that. Alright, now it's also the pinned message, right? Grabbing legs and pants by proxy sort of went away mostly due to Olympic Committee interference. Because they didn't like having leg grabs because it quote-unquote made it look too much like wrestling, which is a dog shit reason. I made myself a little bit smaller. This isn't a cam girl stream. I don't need to take up the entire space. Alright, let's wait for the... Damn, I'm looking prettier than I remember. Let's give it a second to load up. I was about to say, why are there already players here? It's just loaded in, but it's just our guy. That's just our guy. Now what is this? Rare book. Allows permanently increase affinity. Okay, cool. Collect these boards. Let me requisition some arrows because I need those. I need to fix anything. Probably not. Alright. We have enough pals to do some busy work. Okay, excellent. What do we need to make something better? We need wood. Wood should be relatively easy to come by. Alright, I know how I have Nightwing. I also have better pal spheres. Okay, we have a Nightwing saddle, we just need palladium and we need cloth. We have it unlocked, rather. So I have some ancient tech points. Hip lantern, grappling gun, egg incubator. Wondering what we should unlock next. Gunpowder is probably important. Stun baton, less so. Lettuce plantation. Human powered generator, excuse me, what? You can't just show that to me and expect me to not unlock it. That's unreasonable. A human powered generator. Mounted crossbow, handgun. Those are nice. Sword. A proper Zweihanda. Production assembly line. Oh hell yeah, we can have a potato famine. There's ways to use. I mean, we have captive humans. Hello there, Crespian. You're late. We're almost done. High quality monitoring stand. Improves materials and structure. Lowers sanity costs. Okay. Anti-gravity belt. And I'm not sure what else to want. Because we have combat meds, medical rack. Ah. Let's unlock that too as well. Alright. Alright, let's collect some cloth. Do we have cloth to collect? Well, we have wool, so I guess we can gather this. Cloth. Just make all of it. Someone's gonna come around to make some. Okay, now I really want that human power. I don't even have anything to power, I just want the human hamster wheel. Capture power, we don't have enough. Quickly eat this. Collect, leave here, leave here, leave here. Coarse ammo. What do I use coarse ammo for? Let me see if we can't boost our workforce a little bit. Wheat plantation, cooking pot, build a mill. Okay. You're on plantation duty. I need to not accidentally grab anyone else's pal. Just ran across further Halo exacerbation, do tell. What other horrors beyond my comprehension are there? Who's good at mining? Oh, okay. Tombat is apparently good at mining. You're also good at mining, but you also do handiwork. You're less good at mining, it's just funny to have you around. And for the time being, you can rest. Come with me? You are hereby assigned. You're not allowed to anger the girl boss. She shoots you, you die instantly. Oh god. Like, oh boy, we made a character that's universally reviled. Let's also make it unkillable. That won't hurt player sentiment whatsoever. Let me guess, she's also considered an essential NPC, so you can't actually kill her. She just stays perma-aggroed on you forever for the sin of violating her NAP or some shit. I make that one. Need more fiber, need leather, need wood. That's sad. I mean, I feel like at this point, if you've paid money for Campaign Devolved and you've also not refunded it yet after seeing what the fuck you wasted your money on, that's kind of your fault. I no longer feel sorry for you. Like, that is entirely a self-inflicted problem. You should have known better. Ice organs, precious entrails. We sold to merchants for a price. Alright, we can build a merchant stand, too. You think the code changed? Did it? Just a second. I guess it did. Let me paste it in the old message. I wasn't aware that the code is dynamic. There you go. The pinned message in the Discord now has the updated code. Also, nobody's fucking here. There you go. What am I doing? I'm not gonna be around for long, though, mind you. I can keep the game running when I go eat dinner. But I will have to make myself scarce relatively soon. Just slap that shit over here. Hoard my ill-gotten gains. Let me go hunt some hedgehogs while I'm at it. Oh, I need to wait for the saddle to be done. Hayo hadarangai. Oh, there's no Terry. What are you doing? That's not what you're supposed to be mining. What do you mean no work available? You get back here. Is fucking metal mining a separate skill tree or something now? No! God fucking damn it. Fucking autistic cat. Are we completing the wall encirclement? We don't really need to, because NPCs don't travel through other segments of it. Like, we have all the wall we need, at least to ward off raids. If you really want to, you can invest your time into doing that. I'm not gonna stop you. It's just not really a good use of anyone's time. Mining, right? Mining is the ability that I need for that. And Tombat has the highest mining ability, but why does he not mine? You will eat later. Oh, I can speak to him. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's... this. You're gonna be a little bit more cooperative. Stop fraternizing with the help. I'm not. I'm trying to get them to work on the fucking ore mine. What do you mean no work available? There, you just work the fucking thing. Get someone to work the goddamn fucking ore mine, because we need ore, and I'm not about to start working on it myself. Speaking of the help. Are you done here yet? No items queued. Then why the fuck are you over there when you should be over here? Swear to God, and Cinram is the only one who actually does any work around here. I'll show you fraternizing with the help once we actually get some female NPCs. Why is it taking so long to build this thing? Like, I get it, it's an item that enables me to fly, but... god damn. It's a little intense in terms of time investment. I just want a flying mount, goddammit. Alright, while he's doing that, I'm gonna go figure out building a cooking pot, because apparently that's the next thing we need. And we already have enough flame organs for that. I thought we already had a cooking pot. Did it go somewhere? Or did I hallucinate having one? Oh, hey there, Hellion. My in-game character hasn't gone to the nearest gym. We haven't discovered gyms yet, sadly. Yeah, the recipes expand with every cooking implement upgrade. That's sort of the point of it. How are you doing today, Hellion? Have you been partaking in the joy that is Pal World? Sadly, the game doesn't really enable you to build, like, properly buff characters. I assume that's fixable via mods, I just haven't looked into it yet. Well, now that we have a flying mount... I'm actually gonna go and catch me some new mounts. It's not terribly fast, but you know what? At least he's airborne. For those of you who haven't played, the fruit that spawn on trees are basically like tech machines in Pokemon, in the Pokemon universe, meaning that you can use them to teach moves to Pokemon. Serviceable flying emergency food. Do not eat the pals. The pals are friends, they're not food, because the ones that were food we've already hunted. The Memorist is looking mighty fine, but ooh, speaking of pals that are food... Kind of fast for cows.
Yeah.
About to get some free dairy. Where do you think you're going? Damn, that's one sturdy drawbridge. Holding up a whole ass Memorist. Wonder what's in here. Looks like a place I'm not supposed to be in. Oh, it's a cave entrance. The more they struggle, the tastier they are. That reminds me. That reminds me of a certain frame from a certain anime. And I fear that you know exactly which one. Need to catch more Vixies. Heart of the Immovable King. What in the Buddhist canon did I just catch? The more you struggle, the heavier my pal sphere becomes. You actually don't know? I'm not going to be the one to tell you what that is. Yeah. I just refuse, I just won't. Where's the goddamn skillet? Why has it not spawned? Also, how is the damn bird slower than the wolf? Yeah, the chillet should have been over there. That's where it normally spawns. As I can fast travel in and out of here and then figure out. I do need leather. They're too busy hunting to bother with me. I actually forget the name of that anime, but it's one of those... It's one of those character-defining ones. Like, you're never quite the same after watching something like that. Alright, gotta be mindful of time, so the Oni wife has time to cook dinner. Are you a traitor?
Yeah.
How do I not participate in this conversation? Meet Zoe. Did I not just beat her? Oh, I have unspent points. Let's go for more health. Just getting randomly ragdolled is not my idea of fun. Where do I meet this Zoe? Oh. Why would I meet you, bitch? I guess it progresses the story and I get experience points for that. You're watching this Kativa chase the Lamball around this wonderful comedy of errors? As long as you're having fun. Ooh. That is a Nox. I don't believe I have any of those. Or do I? I probably have a couple. Yeah, I have a couple. Never mind, I'm just greedy. I'm just greedy. Alright, where is this bitch? What, now that I've pushed your shit in, you suddenly want to talk? And they see beating women is wrong. Key sphere, sailed what's inside. Okay. Search for clues for the next tower? I can just go to the next tower, I know where it is. Alright, let me go see if another chillet has spawned. That can jiggle in your brain, drives your brain to hate playing Pal World? Why? You can drive by pals. Why would you hate it? It's such a great jingle. You just need to condition your brain to respond positively to it. Because it means that you've caught something that's not level appropriate and you had like a 0.3% chance of catching it. I have no idea, it just jars your brain. I'm pretty sure you can just turn it off. Catch these one at a time. He needs some milk. Yeah. Pretty sure you can also just turn it off. Into the ball you go. Alright, where's the goddamn boss chillet? It is still not here. Disappointing. I was hoping to farm it for good genes. Because the one I got is somewhat underwhelming. I'm gonna run to my nearest fast travel point. I'll probably need to fly to that. By the way, no, Terry, if you see any daydreams, make sure to catch them, because they make for great passive damage sources, because when they fly around you, they'll just kill stuff randomly. It's like a flying auto turret that's always with you. I kind of want to go and look for a Vanvirm. Now that I'm airborne, I might actually go and look for one. Everyone's sleeping. Like nights are a little short. You may want to extend the day-night cycle. Right, what did I want to build? Egg incubator. Did I not build an egg incubator yet? I was under the impression that I did. My impressions are usually also wrong, so I guess I didn't. I'm just gonna build 2. My Incineram to do some work on this. Lockpicking tool? Why would you need a lockpicking tool? Are you planning a breaking and entering? That would be illegal. We don't do legal things here. We need to obtain technology points. Cotton candy, berries. Yay, tech points. We don't really need it for anything, though. I'm gonna swap out the Vixies for the cows for now. Slacker, philanthropist, service-minded. What the hell is that? Dropped items plus 50%. When assigned to a breeding farm, breeding speed is increased 100%. That's okay, sure. I mean, I'm not assigning them to a breeding farm, so do with that what you will. We also need a wheat field, right? Do we not have a wheat field? That's berries. Potato. The Irishman fears the potato. Hellion, if you want, you can play on our server whenever I'm live. You don't have to go out of your way to build a dedicated one. Downside of that being, it has to be when I'm streaming, because I also don't want to pay for a dedicated server. Are they done building the incubators yet? They are. Okay, good. Time to incubate some shit. Okay, build a mill. Mill, that's a production building. As opposed to a crusher. Okay, wooden boards. We need more wooden boards. Okay, we have a wheat plantation. I'm gonna go order some boards. Really? That's all that gets me? 2 boards? But Terry, if you're ever low on food, we now have a dairy farm. We need to figure out a way to label our pals correctly before we start stealing each other's shit. Because I'm pretty sure that that might happen if we just keep moving them between the pal boxes. Because, for example, I don't remember catching a single Jolt Hog, and we have one, and it's in my pal box for some reason. Well, you know what? At least Incineram is working the correct mind. Oh, working hard? Oh, hardly working. God fucking damn, we need 10 wooden boards, really? Pretty sure that's Mandalore's. Well... Weapon is damaged. Working on boards over there. Commission some more palladium while we're at it. Huh, we don't have any ore. Interesting. God, you are not productive. Where's the damn Tombat? Come here. There we go. I figured out what was the problem with the ore vein. It was facing the wrong direction. Take a board. Where are they taking all the goddamn milk, though? Are they all just stuffing it into the feeder? Yes, they are. Suddenly everyone wants all of the goddamn milk. It's like a fucking Blizzard development office in here. I'm just a little cold. All right, they need fucking optimal conditions for that. Yeah, okay. Let's build a fucking fire indoors. What could go wrong? We'll replace this with an electrical heater later. Production mill, okay. I guess we can place it over here by the crusher, because what would be... Probably need to put it by the food, actually. Let's put it over here. Is there a better way to get fabric than chopping trees? Yes, it's the farm. You can build another farm and you can put lamb balls in there. Lamb balls are the best source of wool. And you can make fabric out of wool. It's more efficient than fiber. You can replace the dairy cows with lamb balls, actually. Let me do that. I think we're doing pretty good on food right now, so... lamb ball... Lamb ball... Let's do this one. So just wait for them to farm a little bit and... Those are our lamb balls, you don't need to hunt them. Calm down. Okay, we got one more spot in the base. Let me release one of the Vixies out, actually. Because they passively farm pal balls. hot. Just build another ranch unless that's a limited item. The ranches are not limited. We're limited in the number of pals that we can have. Like, we've not exhausted the number of pals we can fit in there. Right, that's still cooking. Oh, we need to build another bed, though. Fluffy pal bed. We need more cloth. We need more wooden boards. We're just gonna build a basic one. Sorry. We are not that kind of organization. We're not going to overinvest. Ooh, a daydream. Oh, daydream. Oh, I want that. I want that. I want that. I'm gonna get you. Waterproof. Kind of fucking useless, but you know what? Any port in a storm? Alright, where were we? Pal beds. More fiber. Our barracks continue to expand. Grab some food. I think the Vixies are also dropping some fluff. You know what? I'm going to try to catch me a Memos. I feel like that's going to be a good bookend to the night. And if Incineram gets his shit pushed in, well... It's a good thing that I can still cheese with this. Okay, he does moderate damage, that's not an issue. And I collect aggro fairly well. Oh, okay, never mind. Bird? It's nice that I also have Power Bomb as an attack that's available to me. Mine just does significantly less damage. Whoosh. There used to be a spot where I could get him stuck on the terrain and just wear him down infinitely. Let me see if that's still around. Huh. Okay, versus 4,000 HP, we're not really doing that much. Just be careful if you're aggroing it. He does a lot of damage. Like, he's not level appropriate for us, just so that you're aware. I'm gonna try kiting him as much as possible so that he doesn't aggro on you. God, the catch rate on this thing is going to be abysmal, I can tell. Okay, he's stuck. He's stuck in the terrain. Not stuck enough. Well, looks like it's going to be death by a million butt pokes. Okay, I got hit, I got hit. Uh-oh, okay, my flying mount went down. That's too bad. Actually, let me stay abreast over here. Nope, that's the wrong button. Oh, God damn it! I just took that one. I suggest we reconsider this for a later time because we're not really doing any damage to it. He can feasibly one-shot me at this point. I recommend a tactical retreat, no Terry. That's what I'm going to do. Because all of my flying mounts are dead, so I need to go and restore those. Alright, into the PAL box you go. There we go, these can go and rest and recuperate for now. Actually get that extra daydream I got. Daydream, where is it? Waterproof. Not exactly useful, but you know, 3 daydreams is better than 2. Well, this was educational. Oh, the eggs are ready. Let's see what's inside those eggs. Aha, a bushi. Okay, bushis are good to have. A basil. Okay, blaze howl. We like those. These are pretty good odds. Nice. Let's set the dark eggs to cultivate next. Take about 4 minutes under optimal conditions. Look what I found. And by found, I mean hatched. Where is it? Our socks. Where are the things? Oh, there it is. Ah, nice. We need to figure out naming conventions. We should probably just tag our pals with our name just to use as shorthand. I think that's probably the easiest way to handle this. Right. I'm going to set my guy down to sleep. In order to recover health, and this is where we're going to raid out. I'm going to keep the server up while I eat dinner, so that, you know, everyone has a little bit of time to do some grinding at their own leisure. I know I don't keep the server up for enough time. Let's see if Jamez is still up. He might not be. He's not. Okay. Well, then we're going to raid Infri because... Inferus, excuse me. We're raiding Vel. I think that's the easiest way to pronounce. Alright, Inferus. She's playing Halo 3, which is a good Halo game, not to be confused with bad Halo games made by 343. Just gonna go ahead, open up her channel, and prepare to raid while we're at it. Oh, she's already done. She's already 5 hours in. We're gonna cancel that raid real quick, because she's probably going to call it a day too. Something went wrong. It did go wrong. I don't want to send you guys into a stream that's almost done. Moldy Kiwi. Who else is doing? You know what? We haven't. Trying to see if there are any. You know what? Let's raid into Hauntlich. It's been a while since we've said hi to the old grouch. Hauntlich, and he's playing Conan Exile, a game that I have absolutely no idea. Like, I know nothing about this game, so I guess you all get to experience that. You will not give your pals epistemic yet entirely inappropriate names no matter how much you want to. Listen, as long as we know that those are your pals, you can just do that. They're your pals, they are your property, you do with them as you please. But we're back on our regular schedule. Dojo Points assignments will happen on Saturday. Make sure to follow all over the socials. The socials are funny. I'm actually getting a little bit of traction on Twitter as a professional hater, so tune into that or don't. Just make sure to show up for streams. This has been Onii-san reminding you to stay active. Bye-bye.
We play Rusty? Do I even have Rusty